Your Honor, the executive session is noticed as item 1, executive session review of legal issues relating to City of Tucson Ordinance number 11869, adopted August 13, 2021, and implementation of COVID-19 vaccine requirements for city employees and other mitigation measures. Impact of Attorney General's Office Report number 2021-03, dated September 7th, 2021, and legal implications of federal actions announced September 9th, 2021 by President Biden relating to vaccine requirements for federal employees and contractors and for large employers. This executive session is being held pursuant to ARS Section 38-431.03 A3 and A4.
May I have a motion
So
to
moved.
executive session?
So moved, Madam Mayor.
All righty, your motion. And do I hear a second? There's a second. All those in favor of moving into executive session, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Motion carries. So we have to jump off of this line and go into the executive session meeting that we have on our calendars. So we'll see each other there. Everyone else stays out here. study session indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Motion passes. Mr. Attorney, I leave it to you to explain to us what our next steps are for mayor and council.
Thank you, Mayor, members of the council. I think a motion would be appropriate at this point based on the discussion in executive session, and I'll just go ahead and read the motion because it's pretty lengthy. I would ask for a motion as follows. I move that the mayor and council direct the city attorney and city manager to proceed as discussed in executive session. This direction includes, but is not limited to, the direction to do all the following. First, respond to all complaints generated by or through the Arizona Attorney General's office regarding the city's policies relating to employee vaccination and other mitigation requirements. Second, to implement measures necessary to carry out federal requirements that will apply to the city as a large employer, including requirements imposed by any adopted OSHA standards that will apply to the city. Third, to file such legal actions as might be necessary and appropriate to enforce court decisions in pending litigation if those decisions support the city's position and help the city retain the ability to protect our employees and our community through reasonable COVID-19 mitigation measures. Fourth, to pursue and propose measures that will encourage and reward city employees who choose to get vaccinated and remain vaccinated per CDC guidelines. And finally, to schedule any agenda items as may be needed to carry out the above direction for the mayor and council meeting that is scheduled for September 28th, 2021.
May I have a motion?
So moved.
There's a motion and a second. Any further discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor of the motion indicate by saying aye.
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 Any opposed? Motion passes. Thank you, Mr. Rankin. I really appreciate your informative executive session. We move on to item 3. Time has been set aside for an update on the COVID-19 emergency. Before I toss it over to Mr. Ortega, I just wanted to review the state of Pima County and the state of Arizona in terms of where we are with COVID. Cases in Pima County and throughout the state remain very, very high. Our hospitals and medical workers are stretched very thin, according to Arizona Department of Health Services. Only 8% of ICU hospital beds are available statewide. Pima County reported another 269 cases in one day, close to the levels that we saw last summer. Regardless of how we proceed, because of all of the conversation that we just have been hearing for the last week or so, our vaccine mandate has been effective. And so I did want to have Mr. Ortega report on our updated numbers in terms of vaccinated City of Tucson employees and how we proceed from here. Mr. Ortega?
Thank you, Mayor, members of the council. So I'll just give you a few numbers. I'd given this to you in writing before, so it's the same as what I'd given to you, but just for you to hear them again. So total number of employees, and again, this is when the snapshot was taken, is 3,957. Of those 3,957 employees, 3,273 are now fully or partially vaccinated. That's about 17.3%. Remaining unvaccinated are about 684 employees. 518 of those have requested either a religious accommodation or a medical exemption. Because we've paused, and I'll talk about that in a minute, we have not processed those, so I'm just holding those for now. 73.
I'm sorry to interrupt, but the number of employees fully or partially vaccinated seems, the percentage that you called out seems low. I thought it was closer to 86% of our workforce is now fully vaccinated.
Mayor, the number I have, and I will confirm this,
Okay.
was 3,273. So I'll do the math very quickly to make sure.
900 is about 85%.
Okay, I'll confirm that. Thank you, Mayor.
Okay, no,
I'll make sure of that.
go ahead. Just 17% sounded very low, so I had heard closer to 85% was the partially or fully vaccinated now.
Okay, thank you, Mayor. I'll confirm that here in a bit. So of the 684 approximately that we have that are not vaccinated, 518 have requested exemptions or accommodations. 73 have notified us that they will not be getting the vaccine. 93 have not filled out the attestation form. So at this point, we have about 166 that we are assuming are either not vaccinated because of their attestation forms not having been filled out or have told us they will not be vaccinated. So Mayor, it depends somewhere between 83 and 85%, and I'll confirm your number there of the organization is now vaccinated. If you remember when we started, we were in the, I'll call it mid 60s. So we have moved about 20% percentage points, which is very significant. And I think that is a good thing. We've got a ways to go. Obviously, we've still got some work to do, but overall, that's a good number. So one of the things that I'd like to do, Mayor, with your permission, is really talk a little bit about in the motion that Mr. Rankin read. He had suggested really continue to focus on the reward for those employees and our support for those employees that have come into compliance and so forth. So I wanted to just go through a quick list, Mayor, with your permission, just of some thoughts that I'm exploring, if that's okay. So first, these are things that you've heard before, either from me directly or you've seen in some of the correspondence that I've sent. Others are new, but they are just some, I'll call it a brain dump as to what is open for discussion at this point we're exploring. So first of all, travel and training for those that have chosen to be vaccinated would continue as it has. Temporary assignments outside of the employee's job or position. So if you're doing a particular job and you're asked to do a temporary assignment outside, if you're fully vaccinated, you'll be able to continue to do that. Promotions for fully vaccinated, new hires would be expected to be fully vaccinated. Potentially future raises or salary adjustments going forward would be for those that are fully vaccinated. Education reimbursement program would be for those that are fully vaccinated, fully or partially. And the reason I say partially at this point is because we did have over 300 employees get their first vaccine here the last couple of weeks. So we want to make sure that we incorporate them or include them in this. Approvals for outside employment or second employment would be for those that are fully vaccinated. And we're going to continue to explore special duty assignments for those that are fully vaccinated. In addition, you'd already given me direction on a floating holiday for those that have been vaccinated, as well as the reinstatement of the pandemic leave. I'd mentioned that to you before. So I will continue to implement that and move down that path. Also looking at weekly testing for those that are unvaccinated. We are exploring that now as to what the logistics of that might look like. Also exploring the mandatory use of masks, still working through some of the logistics of that, but that is something that we're looking at very, very soon. Some other things for the future that I'm also thinking about and exploring is a restructuring of our health insurance premiums to really focus on healthy lifestyles. And that would not just be for the vaccinated, but also the vaccinated that lead healthy lifestyles. And so we would figure out a way to reward them for those healthy lifestyles. Also potential for a wellness payment, similar to what we've had in the past, but still working out details there, as well as more conversation around pandemic leave into the future, up to and including allowing the pandemic leave for those that have not used it, potentially for family members that might need to take leave because of care for family members, those kind of things. Those are things that we had not been doing as of recent. So Mayor, those are some things I wanted to just let you know. I'm trying to make sure that the employees know we appreciate. We're very supportive of the employees, and 83 or 85%, that 80 plus percentile is someone I want, or is the group that I want to make sure understands we're very appreciative, and we're going to continue to shore them up as we move forward. Happy to answer questions, Mayor.
Thank you, Mr. Ortega. As I understand it, for now, because of the lawsuit from the Arizona School Boards Association, there's a decision that is pending, and Mr. Rankin, correct me if I'm wrong, there's a decision that is pending by this Friday regarding the constitutionality of what the state legislature passed and the governor signed in terms of the mandate through the appropriations route. And so we submitted an amicus and have joined that. So I know that there was arguments that began yesterday in that case. The judge promised to rule before the law takes effect in September 29th, and she may rule earlier, giving the likelihood of an appeal. So I would say that the best course for mayor and council to take is to pause on our ordinance for non-compliance with our vaccine policy for city workers. And then while we pause on that, explore new mitigation strategies for the city manager to start incorporating immediately that makes sense and reward those city employees that that choose to be vaccinated and or are partially vaccinated. So some of the things that I've heard you say, Mr. Ortega, are vaccination requirements for new hires, no city, unvaccinated city employees cannot tap into paid City of Tucson travel, no promotions within department for unvaccinated and city employees, the possibility of health insurance disincentives, mandatory weekly testing for those that are unvaccinated. And this would be consistent with President Biden's executive order of either getting a vaccine or testing weekly. And this would include City of Tucson employees that have submitted a medical or disability exemption. So if that's something that my colleagues would like to move forward and either give direction on, or Mr. Ortega, you're clear on the direction that we're trying to move on, let me know. Mr. Rankin.
Thank you, Mayor. Just you summarized it well in terms of the case that's pending in Phoenix. The judge did promise to issue a decision prior to September 29th. The Friday date is a guess by me based on her other comments about when that decision might come out. And yes, that I do think that informs the notion of pausing on the implementation of the ordinance, at least in the context of the implementation of the suspensions of the employees who are not in compliance under the ordinance. I would expect that the manager would continue and administration would continue to process the applications for exemptions and accommodations, et cetera, so that that work continues on while we wait to see how the court cases play out. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Rankin. Councilmember Kozachik?
Thanks. Couple of thoughts. First of all, kind of question. Mr. Rankin and Ortega, what about the mask requirements as one of the measures for the interim? Is that included in what you're considering?
Mayor, Councilmember Kozaczek, yes, sir, it is. The only hesitation I have is to what level. One of the recommendations that we're considering is an N95 mask for those that are unvaccinated. It's got a higher level of protection, is my understanding. But we are definitely looking at it and exploring how we would implement that.
Okay, I think it's important for our employees and for the public to understand that by pausing this, we're not saying we're eliminating the notion of discipline at 5 days right now, and perhaps more if the council decides later on. What we're pausing is the implementation of it while the litigation plays out. But the city manager is continuing to look into all these other options as things that we can implement irrespective of the litigation. So that part's moving forward. I also think it's important to focus on the 80 to 85% who are doing it right and realize that when and if we do move forward with the discipline, if we're allowed to through the litigation, we're not going to put that 85% of our employees behind the 8 ball by saying everybody's got your 5 days all at one time, and we're not going to let the true believers put the cause us to reduce the implementation of city services. So that'll be a management decision that Mike and the department heads meet out over time so that we are providing city services on a consistent basis. I still believe though our focus should be about protecting our excuse me, our focus should be about protecting our employees who are doing it right and not going out and begging people to get a vaccination. We have an obligation to our workers to provide a safe work environment and to the public. And so that they know that when they come into contact with a city worker, that it's a COVID safe encounter. So I continue to believe that the 5-day suspension is nibbling around the edges. We have 684-ish people who are city employees who are not going to be fully vaccinated for one reason or another. And if we have attestation forms, fine. Some of these other measures that Mike has laid out are going to be appropriate, but we have 166 who are simply saying no way. And my message to them is you don't have a right to place your coworkers at risk. You don't have a right to place the general public at risk by taking that position. So we'll have more conversation as the litigation plays out. But my sense is that the focus should be on protecting our employees and protecting the public through whatever measures that we have in our toolkit once all this litigation is resolved. Thank you, Mayor.
Of course, Councilmember. Councilmember Ulick, go ahead.
Thank you. I appreciate that we're really trying to thread a needle here and do it in the best interest of our employees and the public. And I really just want to express appreciation for our employees who overcame whatever hesitancy or barriers had previously kept them from getting vaccinated, and for making the decision, to do that. And I'm proud of our workforce. I think that 85% is significant, and we ought to really reward as much as possible the fact that by and large, our employees are recognizing their commitment to public service and their desire to keep the community as safe as possible. And, I think that the measures that have been outlined in the previous item, as well as in this conversation, will help us to continue to move forward without, diverting an enormous energy and resources into litigation, which will resolve. I think OSHA will establish some regulations at the federal level that will cover this. And so, it's a difficult thing not to hold to a position that I think, by and large, believe is right. We are holding that position, but implementing in the wisest way that we can to get the greatest results that we can. Thank you.
Yeah, no, thank you for those comments, council members. I agree. I think that we do owe gratitude to the employees that have decided and overcome their hesitancy and decided to get a vaccine. I'm happy that we could incentivize and we can incentivize and appreciate through different mitigation measures that have been talked about in this conversation. So I want to be able to say, hey, those that are vaccinated will and can receive.
All right, it did it. You were correct. All right, thank you. Bye-bye.
Whoever is unmuted, please mute yourself. I want to know, Mr. Rankin or Mr. Ortega, how do we proceed with giving you direction on instituting those, those different rewards or incentives to the employees that are vaccinated? How would you like to do that?
Sure, Mayor. A motion that would give me the direction to implement as best we can. Now, keep in mind that I think some of these would require a restriction, if you will, for only vaccinated or an incentive for only those that are vaccinated. Others will be those that are vaccinated, including exemptions and accommodations. So it will be a little different. So all of them will not fall into one particular category, but I can start moving on that fairly quickly with direction from the council.
Okay, and so do you need a certain timeline to start instituting them, those that you can, as soon as possible? Or how would you like to move? And Mr. Rankin, could you give us a sample language for a motion?
Certainly, Mayor. I think a motion that directs the city manager to implement the measures that he just described and to implement those as quickly as possible with any legally required exemptions and or accommodations incorporated for each of the individual measures.
And this would be also including possible weekly testing for those that are unvaccinated, including those that are filing exemptions under religious or disability, physical disability.
Yes, that's included within the list, and you are describing it correctly, Mayor, that the requirement for testing, and as you've seen with respect to similar policies in other jurisdictions and at different levels of government, that the testing requirements can still be applied even if the reason that they're not vaccinated is because they are under an exemption or other accommodation.
Okay. Alrighty. Do I hear any of my colleagues wanting to make that motion?
Yeah, I'll move that.
Okay, so there is a motion. Do I hear a second?
Second.
There's a motion and a second. Any further discussion? Vice Mayor Lee.
Mayor, I just wanted to say I'm going to recuse myself. I'm just not going to miss the last 40 minutes of discussion. So I think I missed a lot of pieces. So I'm just not going to vote on this one since I missed some context.
Alrighty.
You could just trust us to get it right and vote with us.
You could just say yes.
Madam Mayor, I was on technical difficulty. There's a motion and a second on this already?
Yes.
Okay,
Yes, sir.
sorry.
Okay, so with that, if there's no further discussions, there's a hand up by Mr. Ortega. Go ahead.
Mayor, I just wanted to make sure you had some accurate information, and I apologize. I did go back and double check the numbers. The number is actually closer to 83%. So if I or someone gave you a little higher number, I apologize if I misspoke on that, but the number is closer to 83% than 85%. So I just wanted to make sure you knew that.
Okay, perfect. Thank you for the correction.
Thank you, Mayor.
So any additional questions on this item? Hearing none. All those in favor of the motion signify by saying aye.
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 Any opposed? Motion passes. Thank you all so much for this item. We move on to item 4. Staff has an update on the American Rescue Plan, community partner funding process. Mr. Manager.
Thank you, Mayor. Just to bring you up to date, last meeting you gave us direction to move forward with the affordable housing component and the community investment and violence interruption pieces of the ARP funding. Today, and I suggested we bring back to you some more detail on the investment in small business and community recovery, as well as investment in the organization. So that's kind of like the next two pieces of the conversation now. At the end, I would like some direction from you to proceed based on what Liana is going to present here in a minute. Liana Pettis, the deputy city manager, has been working to develop, the detail of this, but we sure would like to get some feedback from you, and ultimately, if we could get some direction, that would be great. So with that, I'll turn it over to Liana.
Thank you, Mr. Ortega. Good afternoon, Mayor, council members. I believe I have a PowerPoint that Jeff will be sharing. There we go. So just kind of to reiterate Mr. Ortega's comments, we're just going to provide you a briefing, a little timeline of the funding process and how the process will work, and also kind of a recap of the allocations that you previously approved at your meeting last month. We also want to talk a little bit about, the framework that we're actually using to move forward with the community partners piece of this. So if I could have the next slide, please. So throughout this process, even when we first started discussing the goals of the ARPA funding and how we would use it to leverage and assist the community, especially those most impacted, we wanted to make sure that we followed these guiding principles that are shared by Mayor and Council. They're your principles, no doubt. So just, supporting the community programming that achieves, your framework and your intent for this funding. We want to make sure that the process is equitable and fair, and keeping that equity, we'll talk a little bit about that in a second, that equity lens on the funding that we're going to be distributing within within the community, but also for some of the programs that we as a city will also be presenting and shoring up. We also want to make sure that we reiterate with the community as well that one of the goals is also to leverage other agency funding where possible. So any other municipalities, school districts, Pima County that have programs that the mayor and council wants to also support, to the extent possible that we could leverage our funding for those that also received ARPA funding. Those will be programs that we will be looking at very closely as well. And then, of course, we need to adhere to the required reporting and expenditure guidelines. You've heard me say this in the last couple of presentations. The funding is basically, we are mandated under Treasury guidelines for the funding. So we have to make sure that the not just the spending, but the reporting. So there's a lot of requirements on how we utilize these funds. We also want to make sure that the process is transparent and open to the community. So we're going to talk about that in a second. As far as the framework and the process, we want to make sure that the community understands and has access to this program in as many ways possible, and to be transparent about how we are going to go about spreading these funds throughout the community. So I won't read each one of these items here because we've actually talked about them before, but I just want to kind of reiterate that the community partners piece will need to, the applicants will be required to follow a defined process to apply for the funds. And the criteria that we will use to evaluate the proposals will be based on this framework that's been established by mayor and council. So we anticipate using an actual kind of like a matrix approach for the applications for the use of the funds. So we want to make sure that, you know, we're hitting all these items as far as, you know, are the proposals for the funding sources or for the funding programs addressing the communities that are hardest hit. We want to make sure that, you know, we have long-term, addressing long-term or long-standing inequities, in addition to inequities and those that were impacted the most by the pandemic. Again, we want to partner with grassroots networks to connect to those hard to reach communities. And, you know, sometimes in some cases, there will be new solutions to problems that we're looking to address. And in some cases, we will be expanding on successful programs that already exist, not just within the city as an organization, but also with community partners as well. So the mayor and council's direction to us has also all along been to make these funds be transformative and be strategic investments, and to create that relief and a resilient recovery that is sustainable, not just, you know, in the first year or the second year. We're looking out 2 or 3 years down the line with respect to how we invest these dollars. Next slide. So this is just a little bit about the grant agreement framework. So we will have the applicants, the community partners actually submit a scope of services to as a proposal to touch on, you know, these are some of the items on the populations that will be served by the funds, you know, the method of delivery, how they will measure the use of the funds. We want to make sure that the programs and projects that they're submitting are in alignment with Mayor and Council's framework. We will have the reporting requirements, including, you know, the services provided and the financial reporting. So the city, this is some feedback we got from the last go around of CARES funding, that, you know, some of the, particularly some of the smaller nonprofits or community organizations, it was a challenge for them to set up their financial reporting mechanisms or understanding what would be required of them as far as the reporting mechanisms that would comply with the Treasury guidelines. So we want to make sure that they all have that understanding, and we can assist them where possible, because we don't want to deter their participation, particularly if they feel that, you know, they don't have those internal, you know, checks and balances with their financial structures to participate in this. We want to help them to the extent possible to encourage their participation. So the procurement pieces will also be in alignment with our general guidance. We've looked at, those of you that are familiar with Davis-Bacon, under, you know, federal guidelines, there is that Davis-Bacon reporting on particular dollars. We've looked into this a little bit more. I believe we will be able to give those applicants very clear direction. My understanding just this week from Business Services Department is that it only applies to allocations of over $10 million to any particular applicant. So we should be able to work with that within the scope of these applicants or these actual proposals. We'll also make sure that in the grant framework, applicants understand, you know, the draw schedules, you know, the funding timelines, and any kind of insurance requirements. We want to make sure that we have all that as part of the process early on, so that they understand, you know, their requirements. So this slide is just kind of give you a little bit of idea of the life cycle of the application process. So just as a reminder, this first round of funding that we receive, we anticipate the life cycle will be a 1-year program of what they will be applying, the community partners would be applying to participate in. So initially, we will start with, notifying interested parties of the grant opportunities, and we intend to do a very broad outreach to the community, and hopefully we can ask for assistance from your offices as well for any organizations and nonprofits that you believe would benefit or would benefit us from actually submitting a proposal. We're also talking about how we disseminate that information to the community as well. So there will be informational workshops. We're already geared up to get started with these. We will conduct virtual workshops to talk about the application criteria, as I said, the reporting requirements, and the memorandums of understandings between the organizations that we will partner with. So we will go through a process of receiving the applications. We're going to review the applications based on the framework that's previously been identified. We anticipate that the timeline, like the application process, would probably be a 21-day timeline, and then we would be able to make awards within a period of 2 weeks. So from start to finish, hopefully 5 weeks max, from accepting, doing the public information about it, accepting the applications, reviewing them, and awarding some of these grants for the services that they are proposing. There will also be, that ongoing reporting that will be required through our reporting portal, and then ultimately the final performance reporting for the grant before the next round of applications are received. Mayor, do you want me to answer Councilmember Pinda's question, or do you want me to continue until?
I would much rather we finish the presentation and then move into the question and answer piece.
Okay.
Go ahead.
Thank you. So just a reminder, these are the funding buckets that Mayor and Council approved at your last meeting. These are the community partner resources for the first year. These are the investments in the affordable and stable housing. These are kind of how they break down with respect to the actual projects or programs, however you want to refer to them. On the community investment and violence interruption, we did make a slight adjustment to add an additional category in there with an additional $500,000 to the community health and safety and wellness piece to add what we were hearing of a very strong need for youth mental health services. So we added that as a subcategory under this community investment and violence interruption. But these are some of the programs that we are recommending be supported from our community partners. So we would be looking for the community to submit proposals in these particular areas. These are the funding areas that you also approved under the city operated resources. Just so these are just a reminder, the haven't changed with respect to the 43 million in the affordable housing category. I believe Director Morales is on hold here in case you have any questions at the end of this, but I know that the majority of these particular categories were pretty much established early on with the funding that housing receives separately from HUD, but it is part of this funding source that we have calculated in the total amount available. And these are some more line items with respect to the community investment in the violence interruption programs, the COVID-related cleaning and hygiene. Those are at a lot of the public spaces, particularly the parks, the restrooms in the public places with respect to the city-owned properties, increased cleaning to address the COVID challenges, enhanced recreational opportunities, this internal one, this organizational mental health program, and an expansion of the KidCo program, particularly evaluating it with respect to what we have out there for young teens and young adults. That will be in addition to what we're already funding KidCo for under other pieces of the budget. And then again, just focus on youth employment programs with city government. In other words, creating opportunities, internships, paid internships and opportunities for our youth with the city, and then expanding the economic workforce grant program within the ARPA criteria, but adding funds to that. So these are all the categories with respect to the total dollar amount, but a little more meat on it, if you will, to the specifics. So where we're at today is talking more about with respect to the category that we did not get to last time, which is the investment in relief for small businesses. And we have that. These are the investments, the dollars that would be available for community partners to submit programs under. So the small and legacy business revolving microloan program, and the support for small business relief as well. So those would be under the community resources and partners. In addition to the support for arts and culture and energy retrofits for homes and businesses. So these are all areas that were brought to us with conversations we've been having with your offices as identified needs and suggestions for how we could affect and be transformative with these dollars with recovery. And these would be the dollars that would be basically funneled through city operated resources. So the FTA building rental subsidies for nonprofits, the SBA grant program support. I did check in, so we talked about this, that grant last month when we spoke, and I did speak with one of the ladies yesterday with respect to that SBA grant, and they were advised just this week that those grants will probably not be awarded till the middle of October. So we still do not have a determination on how we will fund or augment anything that is coming from that grant. But we wanted to make sure that we had money set aside, in particular if we take a different direction, in the event that grant is not funded, that we could still do some work under the concept of that grant. The investment in community and recovery, this is I would say SES, but it's the seeds, I guess it is. Economic development and strategy, the implementation, we have $300,000 recommended for that. The community reinvestment piece, wanted to talk a little bit about that. So that is an amount that we wanted to recommend to set aside to give each of the ward offices and the mayor's office flexibility within their own ward. So each of you would have a $300,000 amount, if you will, to give to, or actually to pass on to any organizations or initiatives within your wards that you felt still fit within the restrictions or the definitions of the rules, but it's more flexible within each of your wards for you to use it as you see fit. There will still be a process. In other words, they will still need to comply with the reporting piece and so forth, but it'll be not as stringent as going through they're not applying necessarily for a program. Each of you will have the discretion on how to spend those monies under the confines of the regulations, as far as they still need to comply with the Treasury guidelines. So some of the other areas too, these again are items that Mayor and Council have brought to us as being important, and especially in long-term sustainability with respect to climate resilience, expanding the Thrive in the 05. That's been very successful. We wanted to expand it to another area as well. Of course, the neighborhood streets and sidewalks, and park irrigation improvements, and conversions to reclaimed use. And finally, this was the last category of basically the larger buckets that this is probably the smallest of the 4 categories, but these are the investments in the organization. I'll talk about the second bullet first, because this is the one that we just remind you on that, that general fund revenue recovery was already built into this year's budget. So the only thing, the $900,000 that support for hybrid workforce and e-government is a fraction of the amount. It partially supports the additional IT needs that have been related and are going to be ongoing for the next foreseeable future, related to allow us to continue to have a vast amount of our workforce work remotely and ensure that we have cybersecurity software necessary, to protect our IT's our IT infrastructure. And it's also software that we have purchased to allow that telework, like Laserfish. And I mean, a lot of this is creating a lot of efficiencies, but it's also very necessary as we continue to work in this hybrid work environment. So that's what that $900,000 is earmarked for with respect to investments in the organization. So at this point, I will gladly answer any questions that you have.
Thank you, Liana. Really appreciate it. Councilmember Fimbres, you've been waiting patiently. Go ahead.
So, Liana, I heard each ward office is going to get $300K to help with some of these legacy restaurants and businesses that have taken a hit with the COVID. Is that true? Correct,
Councilmember Fimbres.
Good. Now, there's some, like the American Legion, the DAV, and there's an organization's been around for a lot of years, but they're senior people, and a lot of them have passed, and their leadership has changed. How are we going to get the message out to them that they can apply for these grants?
Well, Councilmember, with respect to those organizations, we definitely would do the outreach. You can also, I know that a lot of them are in contact with you and other ward offices as well. You can direct them to us. If there's really kind of 2 ways they can apply. They can apply under the $300,000 that's allocated to each of the wards, or they can also apply under the other funding source, different funding sources with respect to maybe under small business or legacy business. You mentioned support. They can apply under that. I'm just to remind that some of these organizations, it may be easier, maybe more of a simplified approach to apply under the funds that are set aside for each ward. And we can certainly assist you with that, and are actually ready with providing information on how they can go about doing that.
And do they have to be certified nonprofits, or they just be a legacy restaurant or a legacy organization or a legacy group that has done this stuff for years and have the credibility in the community?
I'd have to go back
also.
Exactly. I'd have to go back to the Treasury guidance, but I don't believe that they have to be a certified nonprofit. We can get you some clarifying direction on that, because most of them I recognize are, but some of them may not necessarily be based under their structure.
Liana, it seems like Mr. Ortega has his hand up. Go ahead, Mr. Ortega. I think you're on mute.
Thank you, Mayor. Yes, Mayor, thank you. And Councilmember Fimbres, I will just suggest we have to be a little bit cautious here, because the ARP money, although it was intended and supposed to be more flexible, is actually more restrictive. And so we'll go back and double check what that looks like for these folks that are, we'll call them legacy organizations. But I will just caution you that the ARP in some areas is actually much more restrictive than the CARES money was. In the CARES world, it was a little easier, and because of the new guidance, this tends to be a little more restrictive. So I just wanted to make sure you all knew that. We'll push the envelope, but it is more restrictive.
I appreciate it. The last question I have is that,
yeah.
Okay, say somebody applies, like the Knights of Columbus is not in my ward. Would it come out of my budget, or would it come out of another budget? or the Ward 6 budget? I'm looking at you, Steve.
I think,
Mayor,
if I may, Mr. Ortega and Liana, I think that based on the pockets that have been created for legacy businesses, small business, there's also different pockets that go directly to the ward offices. All through all, we have to make sure that we're following Treasury guidelines that will be applicable to whatever the use is, whether it's coming from the ward office or the small business and legacy business pocket or the community reinvestment. All of it has to be according to Treasury guidelines. Let me give some space and time for others, Ms. Councilmember Fimbres.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Mayor. Thank you, Liana, for your presentation. It sheds a light, it helps a lot of these groups. I'm just hearing from your presentation. Thank you.
Vice Mayor, go ahead, and then Councilmember Santa Cruz.
Thank you, Mayor. My question is really for the city manager. Just thinking back to budget season, there were some supplemental budget requests that came in, and I know we had talked about some of those possibly coming from ARPA funding. So I was just kind of wondering how that process was going and how those were being considered.
Sure, Mayor, Vice Mayor Lee, thank you for the question. So there was a lot of conversation initially about the requests that were made from the departments. Not all of them were funded from the general fund. I had suggested that initially we would be able to take advantage of the ARP or the ARPA monies. Once we got into the dialogue of the ARPA money, it became obvious that some of those needs may not fit directly with the requirements from ARP or Treasury. And so what I've committed to the directors is I will work with them for other sources up to and including carryover from the 21 year. So I'm really looking at all of those requests that came through that were not funded either directly by general fund or ARP. Some of those are included, but the vast majority that we were looking at potentially including in ARP have not been. So I've been tasked with really looking at how we can fund those.
Thank you.
Welcome.
Councilmember Santa Cruz.
Thank you, Mayor. I have a couple of concerns I guess I wanted to highlight. So I know in the original memo that we put out as as a framework, we were investing close to 25 million into affordable and stable housing. And what we have now that's coming out of the ARPA dollars is around around 9 million. And then the rest of it, we're putting on here the HUD monies that are coming through. I believe that originally why we thought it was important to make a significant investment into the housing piece was to help us prop up our own public housing authority and acquiring properties that we could use for housing in our community. So I think that what is being proposed right now is inadequate to meet that need. I'm also concerned about the investment into our community partner resources and how specific it is, and that those dollar amounts aren't going to go very far. Even if I just look at the small scale senior youth housing 500,000, I'm curious what that program is. If it is to kind of help get people into housing at maybe getting folks, paid out for a year, well, you're going to have 50 or less folks, with that specific number. So I'm just curious about why couldn't we fit all of this into a bigger fund where we're not, so that we're able to help more people and not make it so specific and so limited in that dollar amount. So that's a thought. The other piece that I'm really concerned about is the youth development. Originally, we had close to 3.5 million, and the intent with that was for the city to really invest back in creating its youth employment program. What I see right now, I see just different buckets of dollars around youth programming. I see one for 250, but it's not very clear if that, well, it looks like that's for a community partner program, so 250 for that. I also just think it's like, it's not, it's not enough if you look at hiring 50 youth at $20 20 hours per month for 6 months. That's close to 90,000. So I'm just kind of thinking about the scale. And again, but this is in our community partner area for our own city resource. It's not like I see a youth employment program, city government for 100,000. That's not very much. So I'm concerned about the investment. We said we wanted to help and ensure that we were investing in our youth. The next thing that I'm concerned about is that in the original memo, we did not have this investment in the organization. And I understand that there continues to be needs for support with the hybrid workforce, e-government, but I'm very concerned about the general fund revenue recovery. And we said that we're looking like we're in a good place, but then to put such a big investment into general fund recovery is concerning, especially if we're thinking of using some of these funds to kind of lessen the burden for the money that goes into public safety. So that's another concern of mine. I'm also concerned that, yeah, we talked about having this equity index for our community partners and how we allocate those resources. It is not very clear to me that the city is also using an equity index in its own its own city operated resources, and even this investment in the organization. How are we implementing that, or how are we looking at that? And so that there, a lot of this has to be two-part, that yes, we have the Treasury guidelines we have to follow, but this is where we put our money where our mouth is, and that we are also using this equity index or equity matrix as we're making these investments and rolling them out. So those are just some of my initial comments.
Liana, did you want to approach any one of these concerns?
I will. Councilmember Santa Cruz, thank you for your comments. I think one of the points I just want to remind everyone is that this isn't the full. This is for a 1 year, the 1 year funding. So this is based on the first tranche of funding that we received. So perhaps those are why the dollars are, you know, in some respects we worked with the 1 year dollars, the first round of funds that we received. I know that with respect to the youth investments, I know some of those are actually, you know, proposals that those are the ones that we wanted to hopefully, you know, leverage other funding sources or other programs within the community that would help, you know, shore up and make a bigger impact, and, you know, to spread the funds in multiple ways to have other impacts. So rather than just putting it all in big lumps, you know, it seemed more efficient or more impactful, if you will, to spread it a little bit differently. I don't know if I see Liz is on the line. I don't know if she wanted to make any comments about the housing piece, because that's her area of expertise for sure.
Thank you, Liana. The one that stood out to me, Councilmember Santa Cruz, was your question about the small scale. You know, a lot of this, we still have to put some meat onto this, but typically small scale is helping those who develop housing and providing that as kind of a gap financing to develop. So whether it's for seniors or for youth, it could be what's needed in order for them to make the project work. And so we would be asking for proposals on what that looks like.
Mayor, if I just might add as well, thank you, Councilor Santa Cruz. A couple thoughts. I think Liana's point about the first year of funding is really important. But the other piece that's related to that, keep in mind, we've held back about almost $19 million in reserve for the first year. And so that is a reserve that will be available for future discussion. And so the idea is, once we get down the path a little bit and we've really identified how we can put these dollars to work, then you can decide to put more money in some of these programs, even in the year one, a little further down the road. What I would like to suggest is, Councilmember Santa Cruz, if I don't know if you have your concerns listed, but if you could share those with us, and then what we can do is really look at them and react to them. And really try to help in terms of understanding what the issues are, but also making sure that the vision that was outlined in the original memo is in fact included in this. I believe it is, but we want to make sure that we captured the essence of what you all were trying to get and convey to us. So that would be helpful. Thank you.
So, Mr. Manager and Liana, just to follow up on the question in terms of youth employment programming, as I recall, because I started my professional public service career at Pima County, I know that Pima County will be receiving $200+ million, and part of their necessary services or appointed services as a county is offering workforce development and youth employment opportunities. I just want to make sure that we're also expanding our conversation with Pima County and seeing how they are planning to use their $200 million, because we have to remember that City of Tucson residents are also Pima County residents. And so I want to make sure that if we don't take a look at for example, $100,000 city operated youth employment program, I just wonder if we could collaborate and partner with Pima County through their youth employment program that they have every year. They have an after school program, they have a summer youth employment program. I know because I used to be the program coordinator for them. Have we extended these conversations with Pima County? I know that we have an amazing relationship and partnership with Pima County Community Development Department, and are we having those conversations so that we can layer the funds to make sure that we have the biggest impact in the areas of highest need?
Thank you, Mayor. That is a point that I neglected to make, that we have not had those conversations with them yet, because we wanted to get your direction if these are particular areas that Mayor and Council wants us to explore. That is the intent of the possible use for that funding, that we could help craft what we would like to see expanded with the monies that we would leverage onto the program.
That might not be an answer for Councilmember Santa Cruz. There still might be a desire to add more to that particular piece of funds, because I agree that investing in our youth is one of the best approaches to giving them opportunity and expanding actually our workforce as well. But I just want to make sure that we're talking about the partnership possibilities with Pima County and school districts, which, by the way, also received funds. I know that school districts have a lot of needs, but there might be some areas of partnership where we can partner for the benefit of children and youth in our community. Councilmember Santa Cruz, did you have anything else? Because we do have some other hands up.
I can outline these concerns with the city manager, but I guess I don't feel comfortable right now voting on anything without having kind of addressed some of these things, and then specifically just the general fund, like allocation that's on there that we hadn't discussed before.
Right. Alrighty, fair. Councilmember Kozachik and then Councilmember Ulick.
Two quick questions. They're more programmatic than the specifics that Blaine was just talking about. First of all, we've got homeless shelters right now that are operating at reduced capacity as a result of COVID. Most are splitting their facilities between vaccinated and unvaccinated people, and most don't have space to accommodate all the COVID positive that they're seeing. The county just allocated about $2 million for hotel rooms for COVID positive migrants. So my question is, where can we find some room in our allocations to do something similar for our shelter operators to accommodate our homeless population during COVID? So that's one. I'll just throw the other one out there. It's very similar. We have, and this is under your stable housing tranche. We have large empty storefronts and shopping centers all over town right now, and residential is an allowed use in commercial zones. So how might we use some of these dollars to help with tenant improvements in some of those spaces to expand our affordable housing options and stock? So those are my two questions.
So, Councilmember Kosaczyk, I believe Liz could probably answer the question about the housing piece, but with respect to the homeless shelters, agree that is something that we could explore and should explore with respect to, you know, expanding possible shelter space.
So I would love to hear from Liz on this particular piece, because I know that there is $43 million in stable and affordable housing, city operated resources. So Liz, can you explain to me what these federal funds will help cover, and if it covers the houseless COVID positive versus shelter, you know, splitting the positive versus those that are not, for our homeless and houseless folks?
Mayor, happy to do that. And I also may not cover Councilmember Kozachik's question because I think I missed it. But let me start with what those funds are. First of all, the home investment program, which is the 12.8 million that is around developing affordable housing for those who are homeless. We are using that to purchase hotels. We know we have one under contract and another one we hope to have under contract soon. We also would like to expand and build a permanent supportive housing project on one of our properties. That would be a significant increase in units for those, again, experiencing homelessness. And then we also plan to use up to $650,000 for domestic violence, developing units for those fleeing domestic violence. So that's the plan for the 12.8 million. The emergency housing vouchers are vouchers again for those experiencing homeless, for those fleeing domestic violence. That's 202 vouchers. And then the emergency rental assistance program, the 20.9 million, that is for the rental assistance program that we have in coordination with CIC and Pima County to provide eviction prevention. So the remaining dollars there, the bridge housing operations is the funding for operations and wraparound services for the hotels and the properties that we have purchased. And then the affordable housing programming and acquisition is about purchasing the land to help us with future development and to do those along high transit corridors and other key areas.
Councilmember Ulick, and then Mr. Ortega.
Thank you. I really appreciated the outlined comments of Councilmember Santa Cruz, and I'd be very interested in maybe the response could be shared with the full mayor and council for our information. It would be helpful to see how this weaves back into the original memo that set out the broader categories of funding. I was trying to, you know, there are elements that are scattered throughout the different categories in this presentation. And so I think it'd be helpful to just see that woven back into the initial framework. I also don't know that, could you clarify one more time on the slide regarding the general fund? What is that 12 million plus for?
So Mayor, Councilmember Ulick, and while we put that slide back up, if you recall, when we crafted the budget for the 22 year, we had included dollars from ARP, and I'd actually shown them in the budget presentation. And initially, actually, that number was even greater than that. We also had included dollars to fund what we believe were eligible general fund expenses. After feedback from you all, we took that out. So if you remember, I think there was concern. We had some air conditioning units and some other things that we were including as a part of the ARP. And so we took that out. This money is actually a line item as a part of the general fund revenues. And so that was built into the budget. If the direction is different than that today, or down the road, then I can certainly go back and have a review of that. But this was built into the budget. It was built into the conversations, again, reacting to some of the comments and the commentary I received from you.
Yeah, I appreciate that, Mike. I appreciate the explanation. And I do remember in our budget and your presentations over 4 or 5 years, that line item that included the recovery funds. I just wanted crystal clarity on exactly what that does is essentially bring the city to whole in our budget balancing due to revenue shortfalls or other things allowed through ARPA. Is that correct?
That's correct, Mayor, Councilor Lulick, that's correct.
And the note for 18.8 million, essentially, does that mean that based on this presentation, 18.8 million of year one has not yet been programmed? And
Mayor, Councilor Ulick, that's exactly what that means.
okay.
So
Okay.
that is money that has not been programmed as of yet. We've earmarked it as reserve, which is allowed under the ARP. Again, the thought was get guidance from you once we have some of these other programs up and running.
So that might also, once we see how this presentation weaves into the original framework, and it's difficult. I really appreciate Liana and the whole team. It's a lot of resources and a complex bill. And so knowing that there's 18.8 that perhaps could get plugged into areas to shore them up per Councilmember Santa Cruz's and other members and the mayor's thoughts, I appreciate that. I had 2 more specific items of question. One is I know that we had given direction on identifying short-term investments, and I just wanted to draw to everyone's attention the workforce development project that's a joint effort with the Pascua Yaqui. And this is one that if you read the mayor and council framework, it checks off every single box. And it could fall under workforce development, economic development, but it's the Sonora Stitch Factory in Old Pascua that's developing jobs in the, it's a business incubation, basically, site for industrial sewing and fashion design, and a partnership with the Pascua Yaqui. They are resourcing it as well, and it's really an exciting initiative. So I don't know how, as we identify these kinds of projects, but I was intending on asking that not go through a grants process, but that be identified as one of the immediate projects that could be funded as per our framework. So do we need a motion on that, or what's the most orderly way of, or Mike and Liana, do you think that can be put into the queue under whichever pot?
So Mayor, Councilor Ulick, we can certainly explore that. The only caution that we would have to ensure we are within the guidance. And so I think that if we can partner, there's a way that we can partner and go through that exercise. It may not even be directly one of these categories, might be something else we haven't thought of yet. So if you just give us some latitude, as long as the council as a whole is supportive of that effort, then we can put our thinking caps on as to how to do that. I think that would be the best way to do it. We can come back to you with some recommendations. We would agree that that's a very, very worthy project for us to invest in.
And I'll just note it's $150,000 from year one, and probably would be proposed again for year 2 at that same level. yeah, we will provide further detail. It's a very exciting initiative, and it's in Old Bosqua, Thrive in the 05 area. It just crosses off so many of the boxes that we're looking for in terms of accomplishing the ARPA goals. The second question I have is, I know we have an investment of $500,000 in energy retrofits for homes and businesses. Can that be, does the ARPA allow for that to be a revolving loan fund? Or is one of the stipulations under ARPA that it be strict expenditure only types of programs?
I believe both are true, council member, that you can choose or not choose or create different options with respect to having a loan fund or actually through the grant application process. So it could be both.
Do we need any motion to ask that both of those options be considered and included in that element for programming? Or again, I don't know.
If I may jump in here, I would say that what I'd like to do is, I know that there's some questions regarding some of the amounts attached to the investments being planned, but and some questions about particular projects, Councilmember Ulick, like the Stitch Factory, which could potentially come from additional ARPA funds made available through that reserve. Or there's the possibility of using your own Ward 3 community reinvestment funds, which would allow for that type of investment in Ward 3 and of course for the rest of the city. But I think what Liana wanted to get at least the idea of these continued investments to go into the outlined type of projects, right? The reinvestment in the community, neighborhoods, business, and community allocation. So I don't know if there's necessary motions to approve the outlined recommendations, or just to give Liana a thumbs up. We generally like these areas of investment, and we want to make sure that we move forward, knowing that there's also question marks about the allotted funds to all of it.
And I would be happy to make a motion acknowledging that further work is going to be done looking at the size of the allocations. I also want to include in any motion Councilmember Santa Cruz's emphasis on the equity lens that needs to be brought into how these funds hit the streets, right? So that framework and those principles not be lost. And I don't know that those were really called out, but that would be great. So if at some point there's a motion needed, I would certainly offer that.
That's great. So I do see the hand up for Councilmember Cunningham, and then I believe Councilmember Santa Cruz has her hand up again. Councilmember Fimbres after Councilmember Santa Cruz. So Councilmember Cunningham.
So a few things on this, and well done, Liana, for putting together basically an ARPA package that we can work on. And it's a really complicated situation. And it's one of those weird situations where you've got money to roll around and you want to do it as fairly and equitably as possible. And then we have situations where I'm looking at some of the stuff and I'm going, well, we probably don't need to fund that, or that category goes with this category, or maybe we could combine these categories. And some of the programs I'm thinking of I'm thinking about, well, that's not going to be enough, or that's going to be way too much. And so I think we've got it. I'm not really comfortable with any motions right now on one specific or two specific programs, because we haven't really vetted the programs that we're looking for. I can tell you this. A couple of programs that I've been talking about long-term have been sunshades at parks. I feel that open-air sunshades with the lower outdoor transmission rates really fall into wellness and youth mental health. I think it's really important that they're outdoors. And the bottom line is is that they can't be outdoors if it's 118 degrees. Not only that, when it comes to sunshades, what in the summer, it's splash pads, it's water slides, it's things they can be able to do outdoors that's safe, that's not super spreader. So when I'm thinking of those capital improvements right now. The second thing I want to announce is that my office is going to push forward ahead for Wednesday middle school hoops. That's a program that that I already look at this funding and think we could make it possible. But right now, there are 2 school districts I know of that on Wednesdays, their middle schools close early, before 3 o'clock. So we could have a 3 o'clock to 5 o'clock program for middle schools every Wednesday at multiple different locations. Everything from the Freedom Center to Jesse Owens Park to even Udall, El Pueblo, El Rio, R8, wherever the shaded places are. So I'm thinking of the Clements. Got your word for it, you know that. So I'm thinking about this funding, and it is a Herculean task, Liana, that you've taken on, but I like where we're going with it. The bottom line is that I think it's really important that while we use the equity lens, we also use the fairness lens. I want to make sure that the entire city gets to see part of this. I think it's just as important out on the southeast or out in the northeast or the west side or midtown or the south side. Everybody's got to get something. And some of these programs can be citywide and be congruent and can be collaborative with each other, no matter what side of town you are. And that's kind of the stuff that I'm looking for. So I just kind of wanted to give that input, but I think we're totally on the right track. And I think that we will be able to put together some grant funding packages with different agencies. But I'm thinking out loud right now, there's some facility stuff we can do, especially on the youth mental health and the youth wellness stuff, that we should probably be that stuff we can be collaborating with parks right now with, because that's our youth wellness piece. When you really think about what does the city do for youth wellness and youth mental health, it's our parks. So that's kind of how I'm thinking. And maybe we can go farther and bring back things like police leagues or fire leagues, where the school districts are collaborating with our different agencies, our own agencies. So that's kind of where I'm like that's got my wheels turning right off the top. But I'm not really comfortable committing any funds today because I think there's so much opportunity here. And that's all I'm going to say.
Thank you, Councilmember Cunningham. I really appreciate it. Councilmember Santa Cruz.
Thank you, Mayor. I wanted to piggyback off of what Councilmember Ulick said earlier about it would be helpful. I don't feel comfortable voting on anything right now. It would be helpful to see this within the framework of the original intent and spirit of the memo. Just to be clear, I think we still have some room, especially around the youth, employment and youth, investment as part of this. And I still continue to, especially with the housing pieces, I want to make sure that we're not settling, for crumbs, that we're thinking big and aspirational because our needs around housing are great and they're just going to continue to increase. And we've had so many folks come through our office asking for Section 8 support, and we don't have the capacity to help them. So I'm really concerned about that. And then to Councilmember Cunningham's point that equity is fairness, Paul, and that we need to take into consideration that we don't all start from the same place. We don't have all the same access to capital and income, and we have different histories here in the city, and that all of that needs to be taken into consideration when we're talking about our investment. We know that there are pockets of need throughout the entire city, but we need to make sure that if we're really going to come out of this stronger, that we're gonna invest in the folks who've been left out time and time again, and not continue to enrich, the pockets of people who, do fine without the support. So I just wanted to add that, and thank you all for your work on this.
Thank you, Councilmember Santa Cruz. And the mayor and council framework basically says that both CARES and American Rescue Plan dollars should have recovery for all. right? Wherever people live in the city of Tucson, there are low-income individuals everywhere in each ward, and there are pockets of need, some more than others, throughout the city of Tucson. But how we focus those funds to help those pockets of poverty throughout the wards, and where we see historic lack of investment. And when we talk about violence interruption, where the pockets of violence and crime are in the city of Tucson is very similar to the areas of the city where we see low-income communities and vulnerable communities. And that's throughout, right? There's huge pockets of crime and poverty throughout 6 and 4 and 1 and 3 and 5 and wards too. So I agree. I just want to make sure that we're all comfortable with the concepts presented by Liana and the city manager in terms of reinvesting in affordable housing, in reinvesting into the community, neighborhoods, businesses, and violence interruption programs. I just want to make sure that we're all feeling good with the framework that we have in front of us. And Mr. Ortega has his hand up.
Mayor, and I appreciate the conversation regarding how we tie this back to the framework. In the third slide, we tried to summarize for you what that framework, we understood or interpreted that framework to be. I think Councilor Santa Cruz, you and Councilor Ulick, I think bring up a great point, which is, let's articulate it a little clearer, a little better, so that you understand how we really tie all that together. Because we've made some assumptions that, when we say strategic partnerships with Pima County and Pima County school districts to expand service to the community, we know what that means in terms of youth and trying to make sure that we're working with them to leverage resources. But I think that we will go into a little more detail for you so you can see that connectivity and how that framework that you all had given us a bit ago is actually, we're trying to implement that here. So I think in fairness, we can articulate that. We'll do it in the form of more of a report, so that it gives you then an understanding of, here's what you said and here's how we're translating that and trying to implement that and bring it back to you. That one slide I think is important for us to make sure that that was our attempt, if you will, to respond to that early on. But we will definitely get into more detail there, Mayor, and we're happy to do that, and we can bring that to you for the next meeting.
I'd love to see that. So I believe there's no other hands up from my colleagues on the council. We've run out of time. I generally feel.
I have one more question, Madam Mayor.
Okay, go ahead. I didn't see your hand up.
And I had it up and I took it down, but I wanted to make sure the infrastructure bill that's in the House now, is that going to give us additional funding that can help us with equity and moving forward? And I echo what Elaine said also about equity. Things have been forgotten in certain areas of the city, and we need to bring that back and bring prominence to all areas. And I thank you for your work, Leanna. That was really good. This project is a good framework.
I agree. The bipartisan infrastructure bill is in process and in conversation in Congress right now. Approved in the Senate and being worked on in the House of Representatives. I believe there will be a vote on the bipartisan bill, but I think that Andrew can give us more of a factual update during the state and national reports. But
before the Great Recession, each ward had CDBG funding, had school to work money, back to basics money, save schools money too. And I think that because council offices know where a lot of needs are in our wards. So, thank you.
Thank you, council members. So the direction, Liana, is to the framework. I don't think anyone is concerned about the framework that you've presented to us today. I think that we need to answer some questions in terms of how do we highlight the equity and how to invest equitably in the city of Tucson, but also some questions regarding the amounts for youth employment and other other issues presented to my colleagues on the from my colleagues on the council today. So with that, you have some clarity in terms of what's next for you all?
Yes, we do, Mayor. Thank you.
Okay, and thank you so much for the presentation and your hard work on this. And we'll make sure that we incorporate the input from our colleagues into the next go around, and hopefully we can have the same conversation at the next September, the second September meeting of Mayor and Council. With that, we need to move forward with item 5, which is staff has an update on the zero waste plan roadmap. Mr. Manager.
Maybe not. Sorry, Mayor, I was having trouble with my machine here. So with that, I will turn it over to Carlos. It was a great introduction there, Carlos. So Carlos will take it from here. Thank you.
Good evening, Madam Mayor, members of the council. Exactly a year ago, Mayor and Council adopted Resolution 23222, a declaration of climate emergency for the city of Tucson. This resolution provides for specific goals and target dates. One of them being to achieve carbon neutrality by 2030, to achieve 50% waste diversion by 2030, and achieve zero waste by 2050. So far, we have identified 3 major phases as we embark on meeting the zero waste goals of 2050. So if the clerk can help me with the slides, that will be great. Slide number 2. And really, Mayor and Council, it's really three major phases. One is really the development of a zero waste roadmap, which basically talks about the public outreach, the engagement, and the framework. Then really the actual development of the plan, and then ultimately what is the implementation of the plan look like. We need to keep in mind that all this work needs to be Tucson centric. It needs to be reflective of the community and must consider the social, the environmental, and the economic benefits and incorporating equity into the development of this plan. We need to ensure that we protect our water and our natural resources, and we need to deploy clean and renewable energy in the execution of our plan. Today, what's in front of you, it's really the roadmap comprising of, again, as I mentioned, the public outreach, the framework, the planning, all the way to the zero plan implementation. And that's essentially phase 3. So if we could just go to maybe the second slide, next one, please. So those are the 3 phases I mentioned. So then when we look at the actual roadmap implementation, it's broken down into 10 major tasks. The first one being is we first need to understand where we're at. What does the waste stream look like? What are we going to be bringing into the zero waste discussion? As well as we need to compare where we're at to other comparable cities. And we need to essentially hone in on our population projections as well as our waste projections. The other thing is we got to look at is on task 2 is we got to look at other aspirational cities such as Denver, Portland, Seattle, and Austin in terms of what they have done, what are some of the best practices they put in place, and really looking at what are some of the lessons that we learned. As we move forward, we also need to identify as part of task 3 is be able to say, let's issue a request for information. And so that way we can reach out to the world and see what may be out there in terms of what other waste processing materials facilities could be placed at Los Reales Sustainability Campus. Also, we want to make sure that we deployed leading edge technology as we move forward. We also need to look at what are some of the options that we have considered in the past in terms of staff. So one of them would be is the deployment of a composting bin citywide. maybe even exploring a one bin collection system, even splitting the brush from the bulky as one of the alternatives, possibly constructing a mixed use or mixed waste processing facility at the Los Real Sustainability Campus. At the same time, we need to identify some high impact, low cost projects that essentially that we can begin to put in motion in line with the climate action resolution. In other words, we don't want to wait forever and ever to start putting a lot of things in place now, and we can begin that process now. And again, in full support of the Million Trees campaign, the stormwater capture initiatives, how can we deploy boutique reuse and recycling programs, the deployment of education center, and the development of passive open space while we protect the Los Reales Sustainability Campus as an asset. The whole focus is how do we shift our linear reuse recycling model to more of a circular economy model. We also need to explore, again, along with essentially task number 3, is not just what we get responses, but also we need to know what may be out there in terms of technologies, okay? In terms of, again, the mixed use processing facility, anaerobic digester, so we can essentially process our food waste and possibly our green waste, knowing that over 55% of our residential waste is comprised of essentially compostable material. Obviously, as part of that, you can't be done in a vacuum. We got to make sure that we engage all the stakeholders, the university, the merchants groups, our Environmental Services Advisory Committee, the Commission of Climate, Energy, and Sustainability, the Mayor's Advisory Council, in order to help us really frame the subject as what is zero waste for the city of Tucson. It's not what Seattle's doing. It's not what Austin has done. It's not what Portland's doing. It's really Tucson-centric in terms of what it really means for us. We also need to focus on really our efforts on focus groups. Obviously, there's a lot at stake as we develop and as we embark on this program, and that would include the private sector, the public sector, nonprofits, environmental groups, academia, and various community groups, really to help us really define what zero waste is for Tucson, as to identify any challenges and opportunities in terms of infrastructure, economics, markets, policies, programs, and ultimately the required resources such as rate structures for those programs. At the end, we will come up with a final draft report that it basically encompasses all these efforts. We'll go back both to the stakeholder group and we'll go back to the focus group and make sure that we capture everything that they basically, all the feedback they provided to us. And the reason we're doing that is we want to make sure that we can encapsulate and frame the subject completely holistically before we essentially embark on a very aggressive public outreach with the community. And through either listening sessions, there's going to be a myriad of things that we'll plan on doing, public town halls, and ample opportunities for community input and feedback. Ultimately, at the end of that, we'll come up with the final roadmap, identifying all the findings, what we learned, what is doable as a community, what is really a zero waste plan that is basically Tucson-centric. That will be the basis of really moving forward into phase 2. Phase 2 will be the actual development of the plan itself. And that would essentially probably will consist of really developing an overall master plan for the Los Reales Sustainability Campus, and also outlining anywhere between 10 to 15 programs, initiatives that would help us essentially achieve the 2030 or the 2050 goals. Obviously, we'll categorize those in either a short-term, medium-term, and long-term timeframes. We'll identify really what the impact of those diversion goals will mean to us, and obviously estimate in a very general format that the resources that we need to move things forward. Obviously, we're going to continue to have all the folks engage as we move forward. We anticipate that it's probably going to take us until a year, basically 18 months from today, and we plan on finalizing that program by essentially the summer of 2013. Our goal is, again, as soon as that is essentially complete, we essentially bring it back to council, and we'll do that as we move through the process, so that way it can be adopted, can be considered, and we can essentially use it to move our program forward. So again, phase 3 would be just the actual implementation from 2023 to 2030, and from 2030 beyond all the way to 2050. Okay. It goes without saying, but we have a lot of work ahead of us.
Yeah.
Okay. So just to put some numbers into context. In fiscal year, we landfill over 720,000 tons of Los Reales. We collected over 260 tons of material ourselves. And we diverted approximately 30,000 tons of recycled material through the MRF facility. When you look at it, that represents roughly a 13% diversion rate. But in actuality, because a third of what we collect is still has a lot of contamination, it really represents an 8% diversion rate. So if we look at it within a 7-year period, we got to be aggressive in going basically from a 13% diversion all the way to a 50% diversion in 7 years to meet those requirements. So Mayor, with that concludes my presentation, and that's really just a very general outline in terms of what we propose to do as we move forward to meet your policy directives as it relates to zero waste.
Thank you so much. I really appreciate it, Carlos. I think that it's very important that you are first and foremost so excited about putting together this roadmap for the city of Tucson. There has to be some musts. There's some musts that you have to do with this roadmap. One, that this roadmap must work in collaboration and conjunction with our climate action and adaptation plan, so that it interweaves and it holds hands in terms of how we move forward with the climate action and adaptation plan. That the zero waste plan is very explicit in terms of how it includes equity-centered strategies and those metrics. And that you use the information that we have already collected from our community. We have more than 4,000 surveys that were completed by Tucsonans. There were very, very focused conversations with communities of color in the city of Tucson, strategic conversations that we've had, that you incorporate that input that we already have. And of course, that the stakeholder group that you work with, it has to be diverse by age and race and income level and sector of the community to reflect Tucson's social fabric. And then, of course, you've already mentioned that you would include other commissions and committees that are already established in the city of Tucson to make sure that they give you the input that we need. But other than those musts that I just suggested and gave direction on, I think full steam ahead. It's very exciting what we have in front of us. And let's make sure that we continue involving mayor and council in the community in where we're going and how we're seeing our waste, frankly, as a resource for our community. With that, Councilmember Cunningham.
Thank you, Your Honor. All right, so it's a great package, and it's similar to all the cities that are doing it, and I like that we're in lockstep with them. Listen, and I don't want to be the negative Nancy guy and be too ultra critical here, but Carlos, you guys have got to build in contingencies for new technologies that emerge. You got it, because here's kind of what I love the roadmap, and I like the goal setting. The piece that's missing is there's stuff that hasn't been invented yet that's going to get invented in the next 3 years, and our plan has to allow for that. Our plan has to be able to be flexible enough to accommodate that. If somebody figures out look, Steve's already started with the fusion wall stuff, all right? That technology in recycling plastics for either 3D printers or fusion walls or whatever, or making it for insulation, or actually we've got one company that makes, they use water bottles to make, I believe, leggings. Isn't that correct? So we have to be into that. Like, we need to go to those corporate partners and go, hey, we're going to give you 900 water bottles a year. We're going to give you 10 million plastic bags, whatever. And I want to build those in. It's really important we do that. The other thing is the energy side. I know that we are kind of going back and forth. And it's a rough one because it does produce air pollution. I mean, there's some technologies that we need there. But again, that methane piece is also going to be a big part of what we do on how we not only get to zero waste, but we also get to some economic advantages where our environmental services piece has some extra revenue to operate.
Yeah.
So that's really my thing, is build in for new technologies space so we can
For technology and innovation. I love it. Great. Vice Mayor Lee?
Yes, I will follow Paul. I don't think that was negative Nancy at all, but I will follow up, Carlos. The presentation was fantastic. I have seen a lot of roadmaps in my day, and visually this is really awesome. I just wanted to give you a shout out for all of the great work that went into this from you and your team. It's an incredibly exciting time. I can, as the mayor said, feel your passion for this. So I know we have the right person at the helm as we take this on. So I just wanted to say great job to you and the team for the presentation and all of the work that went into this. So well done.
Thank you.
Wonderful. Any others? So, Carlos, do you need direction? Do you need like a motion to proceed, including the input given today?
Mayor, that will be great.
Okay. So if I may ask my colleagues, make a motion to proceed with the recommendations and direction given by Mayor and Council today.
Your Honor, Your Honor, I want to make that motion, but I want to make the motion with the technology and innovation piece kind of folded in. Is that okay?
Absolutely, Council Member. And with the direction that at the beginning, I also gave some feedback and input as well.
So I move that we adopt the roadmap and encourage ES to
proceed with the roadmap.
Proceed with the roadmap, but to absorb new technology and education and innovation as it comes available.
Absolutely. And of course, will you also include the feedback given in terms of explicitly including equity-centered strategies?
Yes.
Diverse stakeholders. Okay, good. Excellent. So there is a motion. May we have a second?
Yep. Second.
There's a motion and a second. Any further discussion? Hearing none. All those in favor of the motion indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Aye. Any opposed? Motion passes. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to move forward with item 8 preceded by item 6. Item 8 is short conversation, much more procedural than anything. Item 8, we need a motion to endorse the recommendations to the PAG executive director, and then from there we will move to item 6. So I'll hand this over to the city manager and start with item 8, Mr. Ortega.
Sure, Mayor, thank you. And as provided in your materials, this really is a report from the management committee, and it's a recommendation to the executive director of PAG as well as to the regional council. We did have 2 funding pieces that were requested, one for downtown links and one for Broadway. Both of those have been recommended for funding. So Mayor, I would recommend that the council consider moving that forward. And basically what it does, Mayor, is it provides you with the direction when you attend the regional council meeting.
So you would want a motion to proceed with the recommendations on the report?
So move.
There is
And I have a question. Second, and I
a
have a
motion, second, and a question by Councilmember Kasachik.
This might be for, it's either for Rankin or Alarcon. Statutorily, what are our obligations? And I know there are some. What are our obligations to be a member of a regional, I don't want to say regional transportation authority because that's a separate thing, but a PAG, you know, an association of governments related to transit. There is some statutory obligation. Can one of you describe that to me, to us?
I can't describe it beyond what you just did. I'll have to put it together and get it out to the council in terms of what those, how that structure is all laid out in the ARS.
Well, and maybe Diana can respond to this, Mr. Ortega.
The way that the federal dollars are allocated, they actually go through the MPOs, the Metropolitan Planning Organizations, or the COGS, the Council of Governments. And so in order for us to receive some of those federal monies, we have to be a member or party of that organization, either the MPO or the COG. So Mr. Rankin can give you the detail on the way it's organized in that. But that is a fundamental piece of our federal allocation of transportation dollars to include transit.
But to be clear, the MPO or the COG is a different entity than an RTA, Regional Transportation Authority, that funds roadway projects. Fundamentally different animals, correct?
Yes, Diana, go ahead.
Oh, thank you. Yes, sir, exactly. The PAG is actually, as the city manager had laid out, is actually dollars that we receive from the federal government that come down to the region. And that's how the dollars disperse, is where the RTA is actually something that was is a regional approach of funding mechanism, and that's actually set at the state level through legislation. So they are actually two completely separate components.
Thanks.
So for us, for the city of Tucson in our area, the Metropolitan Planning Organization is the PIMA Association of Governments. And it's completely different than the Regional Transportation Authority. Alrighty. Anything in addition to that, Mr. Ortega?
No, ma'am, thank you. Again, just looking for a nod on what is in the materials, which is the recommendation based on the actions that were taken, which then gives you some guidance for when you go to the management committee.
Okay, so there's a motion and a second. If there's no further discussion, all those in favor of the motion indicate by saying aye.
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 Any opposed? Motion carries. That is item 8. We move on to item 6. Council members Kasachik and Ulick have requested an update on the RTA projects and the RTA next. Mixulik and then Council member Kasachik. Go ahead.
Thank you, Mayor. And actually, I think I'll turn to Councilmember Kasachik perhaps to open, and then we'll offer a motion after discussion.
Okay, thank you. It's about this time of day that the weeds that I've been pulling start to kick in. So if I'm coughing, it's from doing a good thing in my front yard. I have several points I want to make, and I'll try and keep them on task here. We, Mayor and Council, have given some pretty clear, have made some of our concerns with respect to the RTA Next plan pretty clear. And the memo that Karen and I put out is also pretty clear. We've got some decisions to make. And we're juggling at least 3 balls in the air right now. One is RTA Next. We've got Move Tucson. We've got the Prop 101 extension that we've already called a ballot measure for potentially, what is it, next May or next March? One of the two, one of the M months. And the Mayor and Council need clarity on how the RTA and PAG is going to rule on the issues that we've raised. because we just can't keep being strung out and pretend that the deadlines don't exist. In addition to that, and germane to the whole issue of how RTA PAG is operating and the city of Tucson's standing, I submitted a list of questions that I'm grateful to staff for having answered very forthrightly. How all of this sorts out is going to help define our involvement with RTA Next and PAG generally. I'm not going to read through all of the questions and answers, but I do want to make a couple of points on some of what Director Alarcon responded with. First of all, the executive committees are, in particular, the chairs for the regional council and the RTA board. They've assumed a greater authority in recent years with respect to scheduling, canceling meetings, setting policy by memo. And by excluding the city of Tucson from a leadership position, the city has been disenfranchised and intentionally, I will say intentionally excluded from a decision-making role. And I think that's an important consideration for us. And Diana Alarcon confirmed the change in committee assignments in her answers. Next, I was really disappointed, and I'm sure others on the council, if not all of us, were disappointed in the decision to eliminate the Clean Cities program. That sort of generally is a part of downsizing environmental programs at PAG generally, and climate change is a real concern for us, obviously. You know, we've established a climate emergency. The mayor's got the plan moving forward. We just talked about this whole circular zero waste thing. When everyone around the world is ramping up environmental programs to reduce greenhouse gases, PAG has cut staff in almost half. In air quality, water conservation program, they're being downsized and eliminated. And so that elimination of that Clean Cities program and sort of the corollary activities around climate generally are really, really concerning to me. Next, the director's contract. That requires an annual review in January. And the last review for this director was in January of 2019. That's almost 3 years. And so we have questions about when's that review going to happen? Related to that is the question of meeting schedule. And the big issue here is how does the regional council and how does the RTA board even conduct business and provide oversight and collaborate on regional issues when they're only holding 4 meetings a year? You know, these are really complex issues with multi-jurisdictional input, and we're holding 4 meetings a year. And the other issue, and I already related to it earlier, is this whole policy by memo deal. I can give you examples if anyone needs it of a single jurisdictional member establishing policy by a memo, and it's unacceptable for a mayor that represents less than 5% of the region's population to be changing responsibilities for standing PAG committees, essentially by memo. Couple more points and then I'll stop. First, this is the first time in perhaps the history of PAG and the RTA that the executive director is bringing his own recommendations for the programming of transportation funds to the regional council, the RTA board, with no input and review and action or the review and action of any committee. That is a fundamental departure from how the regional funding has been programmed in PAG RTA for decades, literally for decades. I have a memo here that, or an example, on May 12th, the management committee met to review the PAG overall work program. Because it was raising so many different issues, the management committee tabled a vote on that and asked for all the jurisdictions' questions to be brought back before the management committee, before the plan, before the committee voted on it. Mayor Murphy from Sahuarita issued a memo on June 17th, and part of it said this: "This is why it's important to note that PAG's financial management and contract compliance and oversight responsibilities are duties delegated to PAG's professional staff and not to any PAG or RTA advisory committees. At the June 24th meeting, the committee was not even allowed to vote either to approve or reject that overall work plan. The experts have been shut out of the process and not allowed to see the full funding picture. So we've been raising our own concerns and our own sets of issues relative to RTA Next. But there are plenty of other issues related to how the decisions are being made, funds are being distributed, and who plays a leadership role in that whole paradigm. I've mentioned governance issues. I've mentioned decision-making processes, committee assignments, project funding for the 2008 package is an issue. We got a memo yesterday that says that this is to all RTA jurisdictional technical management committee members, says they're grappling with project costs. And now they're asking us to value engineer or eliminate projects. You know, where was that conversation 5 years ago when we were arguing about the Broadway project, for instance, $76 million? And many of us were raising the issue that was a 20-year-old project at the time. The traffic patterns, the driving patterns didn't make sense at the time. And all we got from the CART committee back then was promises made, promises kept. We got to do what was on the ballot. And now they're asking us to start VEing our own projects and eliminating them. So these are a series of issues that I want, open it up to all of our input on. But I think that this mayor and council and the voters deserve to see some of these issues resolved, including the ones that we've raised specific to our own concerns about RTA Next, before we fish or cut bait on our status and our role in our position on the whole RTA plan. So anyway, Karen, sorry I rambled on a little bit, but that's your nickel.
I appreciate it, Steve. I really do. I think that you really lay out the most compelling points, and I also want to applaud our mayor for doing her very best to bring these concerns to our regional partners and to advocate to try and get some movement on some of these key core compelling questions. And, quite frankly, I think that we want to, I know we do, want to continue to act with transparency and in good faith. And I think part of why Councilmember Kozachik and I wanted to bring this to the table is, quite frankly, as he noted, we have many moving pieces. We have a lot of business to get done at the city of Tucson. And it's fair and transparent to say, listen, if certain issues aren't addressed, it is likely that we will be stepping away from RTA Next. That's not to say the rest of the region doesn't go for it, but there are certain issues that we believe need to be addressed. So I do have a motion that I'd like to follow with and open to conversation. The motion is that we would move to direct the city attorney to report to mayor and council within 60 days with information on the legal applicability of pursuing the MAG model, the Maricopa Association of Governance model, including proportional voting and veto power for PAG, the RTA, and RTA Next. We direct staff to report back within 60 days with an update on funding for the remaining City of Tucson RTA projects and the governance concerns raised today. And finally, we move that unless otherwise directed by subsequent mayor and council action, that the City of Tucson withdraw its participation in RTA Next on February 1st, 2022.
Second.
There's a motion and a second. Any further discussion by my colleagues? Councilmember Cunningham and Vice Mayor Lee.
So there's a couple things that, first of all, Karen and Steve, this is a very bold motion, and it's on the lines of values I've talked about for a while, so I appreciate that piece. I have a couple things that I want to just elephant in the room type stuff. Number one, what I'm worried about is that they do a countywide half-cent sales tax and it passes. without us participating. Not that it would pass, but I mean, I'm just talking doomsday situation here. What I'm worried about is they continue this half-cent sales tax countywide, and we get bupkis. That's the underlying thing. What I kind of the in the weeds scenario I'm looking for is if we can withdraw from RTA next, but the businesses in the city of Tucson are not subjugated to that half-cent sales tax. It's the number one thing. In other words, we just take Tucson out of the equation, baby. That's really what that's the type of strategy I'm kind of thinking about here. So I'll leave it at that, but that's kind of the elephant in the room piece, is that I do not want to be in a situation where the county passes a half-cent sales tax, the city of Tucson taxpayers are paying it at Tucson businesses, probably collecting, well, whatever, it's probably 56% of the revenue last time I checked, and it's only going outside the city. So I just want to be cognizant of that.
Thank you, Councilmember. Vice Mayor Lee?
Thank you, Mayor. And I appreciate all of the points that everyone has brought up so far. I just wanted to add, from Ward 4 perspective, I can absolutely acknowledge the great projects that have been done with this RTA that is winding down. There are a couple that we're concerned about not getting completed, though, specifically Valencia Road between Kolb and Houghton, critical widening project that's just necessary for the amount of growth that we have, the school that's been put in. That is scheduled to start construction in 2022. It's a $4 million project. It's in design right now. But the big one for me and for a lot of my constituents is Harrison Road, Gulf Links to Irvington. That goes, the Pantano Wash goes over the top of it. And our firefighters have to fish people out of the wash all the time. And we desperately need that widened. We desperately need that bridge. And that one is at risk. It's a $20 million project. And I'm concerned about going back to the voters to say, hey, let's pass another RTA when they've been waiting for a long time to have these projects done. So I just wanted to give two specific examples of concerns that I have, projects that had been deprioritized for other projects that now we're concerned about, that are absolutely critical, or they wouldn't have been on the list in the first place. So I just want to support what my colleagues are saying and voice my concerns as well for things that we're seeing at risk out here.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. Councilmember Santa Cruz?
I want to thank my colleagues and Councilmember Chick and Ulick for bringing this to the table for us to have this ongoing conversation again. This summer, as many of y'all know, we knocked on over 10,000 doors in Ward 1 to ask folks in our community what some of their issues are. And even though we're still gathering and analyzing a lot of the data, time and time again, people were asking for sidewalks, for lighting, and for road resurfacing. We know that in our position and in City Hall, there are significant obstacles for transportation and mobility. We know that we need hundreds of millions of dollars to meet all the different needs that we have in our city, and to deviate those funds from building new freeways and new roads that enable sprawl. And that we need to invest, in our urban core, in our aging infrastructure, and continue to fund, ways for folks to walk and bike and use transit. That, I think we all can agree that RTA Next should be a solution, but that the process and the manner in which the RTA is operating is very concerning. And that, we need to demand and expect more from them. And so I'm super appreciative again for this conversation, and I'm fully supportive of you, Mayor Romero, and my other colleagues on the council to continue to push the RTA impact to come forward with something fair and just for our city residents. So thank you all.
Thank you, Councilmember Santa Cruz. And I do see Councilmember Kasachik's hand up again.
Yeah, really quickly. First of all, I want to make it clear. I don't want to leave the RTA. I don't want to leave the RTA Next. There's value in regional collaboration. But yesterday, or maybe, no, it was just earlier today, we got a project list, and I'm not sure who sent it out, $282 million of projected cash flow shortfall for our projects. And I won't read them all off, but these are RTA 2006 plan projects. Some questions for staff in this 60-day readback, or maybe you have the answer now. Are all the bonds that are going to be sold going to be fully paid out by 2026? Because that's when if RTA next doesn't pass, that's when their funding stream ends. And so what are the plans for this shortfall? And to Paul's point, if the city of Tucson's not on board, it's not going to pass. And they need to understand that this is not a bluff. And that's why I understand, and Karen and I spoke about this. This is a tough motion. But what it does is it forces the conversation so that when our mayor sits down with this group on the 23rd or whenever they're meeting, that they understand that this council has been talking about this. We've been talking about the weighted voting. We've been talking about project funding. We've been talking about flexibility. We've been talking about all the things that Lane just mentioned in terms of categorical funding. So this is for real now if this motion passes. And we have to fish or cut bait by that date so that, number one, we know what to do with our own Prop 101 deal. The other thing I understand is that there will be a new director, not Farhad, but new committee assignments beginning January 1st. So maybe Diana, you can fill that blank in. But we're gonna be having a new cast of characters, and we just need to make sure that when we come to February 1st next year, per this motion, that we have had these issues addressed, because Karen's right, transparency is a huge issue. And we've been asking these questions, and I know that the mayor has asked to have these issues put on their agenda over and over again. Can't get it on their damn agenda. So let's make sure that that they understand that this is for real.
Councilmember Fimbres.
Yes, Madam Mayor, I echo what everybody's saying right now. It's about time. Weighted voting has been in Maricopa for a long time. And it needs to, because the major population is down in Maricopa. But it's also in Pima County, it's the city of Tucson that needs the weighted voting, because we have the most population. If you see the projects been pushed back, pushed back. And I don't know if that's been done purposely or it's done just because they feel that the city's getting enough done already. But we need to have this conversation with the directors at RTA and see what's going on. And I applaud your efforts, Madam Mayor, to make this happen.
Thank you, Councilmember Fimbres. Diana, I believe it was you that sent the list of RTA projects that are underfunded. It's a list of almost $300 million that are underfunded. Can you talk a little bit more about this? And I don't know if you can share the screen with that list that you sent us, but can you talk a bit more about this list and how we arrived at the $282 million of underfunded City of Tucson RTA projects that we have in front of us? Because I've made this request to the executive director and the RTA board to have a conversation about all of the underfunded projects throughout the region, not just the City of Tucson. But there seems to be no response and no answer as to how these projects will be funded.
So good afternoon, Mayor and Council. Thank you very much. Can you see my screen, Mayor?
Yes, but it's very tiny.
Oh, I'm sorry. Let me make this a little bit bigger for everybody. So maybe a little bit too big. Let me just see if I can put in my own number. So this is actually the list that we have put together of remaining projects that we have over the next 5 years with the RTA. We've also have had our engineers look at of what we think the potential cost will be to make these projects happen. So this is, just as you know, this is our engineering estimate. We have shared it with the RTA as well. But you can see we have quite a few projects still left on the list that we're going after, along with some concerns with being able to fund them. And so one of the items that is actually on this list is First Avenue from River to Grant. And we actually have that as an agenda item to discuss with mayor and council at the next meeting. So this is just some of the challenges and concerns that we have. And as I think mayor and council is also aware, we're currently in construction for the downtown links. And that project in itself, before we even began construction, came in above budget. We did put a request in through the notice of fund application for to utilize additional funding that the RTA to meet that gap. So that gap was roughly around 19 million. We were able, the city manager worked very closely with the county to where we had them contribute 8 million through the floodplain, because and through the Downtown Links project, we're actually removing some property out of the floodplain and putting it on both the county and the city's tax roll. So the county is actually contributing $8 million through the Pima County floodplain toward the Downtown Links project. And so we have about an $11 million gap, give or take, to finish the project. And that was part of the request that we made through the recent notice of funding request that we made that they just put out, that will be coming back before the RTA regional board at the September 23rd meeting. So
I have asked several times to the executive director of the RTA about this $282 million and how he would suggest that we approach this shortfall. Can you tell me the reason why we have this particular shortfall? Because my questions to the executive director, and they've been many, many, many times throughout this year and last year, why is it that the city of Tucson is being asked to build these projects at the funding level for 2006? That seems to be the ongoing response. As a matter of fact, the mayor and council received a letter from Jim DeGrude from the RTA a couple of days ago, reiterating that funding levels for all projects that are pending, that are not finalized, that they are going to remain at the 2006 funding level, and that the jurisdiction has to figure out how to come up with that overage. So can you discuss with me that particular piece, and if there is an opportunity written anywhere in the legislation about inflation?
Madam Mayor and Council, yes, ma'am. So the shortfall estimate that we've provided in this spreadsheet to Mayor and Council is based on the shortfall against the 2006 ballot amount. So currently right now in the RTA plan, the dollar amount that is actually programmed is the 2006 ballot amount. There is language that is built into the overall program, the RTA program, that says an escalator will be added on an annual basis. However, that escalator has not been put in. We're still seeing what's being programmed in the RTA is the current 2006 ballot amount. And so we feel that if there was if an escalator had been applied, that we would not see this shortfall that we are estimating at this time. RTA has taken the approach that they will fund it based on once they get it into pretty much through design, again, reviewing engineering estimate after design is done, because remember, not all of these projects are in design yet. and then it goes out to the industry for bidding, they would then make an adjustment to the amount of the project based on that programmed amount, or excuse me, that bid amount that is received back. But if that was the case, I think we would have seen that through downtown links. So again, the dollar amount that we're raising this concern with over the estimate amount is against that 2006, and taking in consideration that escalator amount that has not been put into place, but is actually in the RTA implementation plan, is not also evaluated or considered with that 2006 ballot amount that RTA has established and has in their program.
Thank you, Diana. I do see Mr. Ortega's hand up, as well as Councilmember Kasachik. Go ahead, Mr. Ortega.
Thank you, Mayor. In addition to what Diana just outlined, keep in mind there's a couple of other factors here. One is the recession. When the recession hit in the 07, 08, 09 timeframe, revenues, sales tax revenues across the region dipped. And part of this shortfall is we just have never recovered. So I think in fairness, we have to acknowledge that as well. But the other piece, which I think is important, the way that projects were envisioned 15, even 20 years ago, did not necessarily include some of the public participation and mitigation that is important today. And I think that some of the arguments you'll hear from folks about those increases in cost is, well, why are we doing all these mitigation measures? Well, quite frankly, the mitigation measures are important today that may not have been as important, or at least not on our radar screen, 15 or 20 years ago. So I think those are in addition to what Diana outlined in terms of the actual cost escalation. Those are two other factors that need to be considered as we're going down this. So the key piece to it then is, so what do we do about it? And Mayor, I think you and I have talked many times, as you prepare for the regional council conversations, every piece of funding needs to go towards the funding and the ultimate delivery of the RTA program. And so that's really got to be the focus as to how are we going to deliver. I think it's reasonable to ask about projects, as Councilmember Kasachik mentioned. We can have that discussion, but ultimately we were part of the RTA that went to the voters, and what are we doing to deliver the program? I think that's the fundamental conversation, Mayor. Thank you.
Yeah, and just to follow up on the program, this funding shortfall are based on projects that were approved by the voters of the region. And what my biggest question is, it's a $300 million shortfall on the backs of the residents and taxpayers of the city of Tucson. And the return on investment has always been the question mark that I ask the executive director of the RTA and my colleagues on the RTA board. Is this a fair return on what has already been invested by the residents of Tucson? My answer continues to be no. And that's why, I believe that this conversation is being had by my colleagues on the council, because you have all kept abreast of this concern. Councilmember Kasachik.
Trying. There.
I think you muted yourself again, Councilmember. Sorry.
Okay, there we go. A few points. First of all, the point that Diana Alarcon made is exactly right, and that is the escalators have not been rolled in over time. And if that weren't true, then we wouldn't be being asked to come up with value engineering issues. And we went through I'll use downtown links as an example. There were extensive public conversations about that project, and we had to VE out some very important pieces of it after the residents in wards 1 and 3 and 6 all agreed on this. that in some very important elements to it, and all of a sudden we're VEing the project back out. There's now a conversation, and maybe Ms. Alarcon can confirm this or deny it, that they're talking about rolling this package that we're looking at on the screen, the unfinished City of Tucson projects, over to the first phase of RTA Next. If that is true, they're going to have a tough time selling the voters that, gee, in 2006, we made these promises to do these projects. We didn't quite get them done, but we promise to do it again going forward in the first phase of the next go around. That's going to be a tough sell. And Mike, I understand that the recession happened, but isn't it also true that 2 days ago we saw a memo where they're saying that they've got $22 million extra dollars that they're looking to fund, to allocate out. I don't want to see, and I'll just say it, I don't want to see Farhad making a unilateral decision as to where those $22 million goes. That needs to be a conversation among the jurisdictions, and the City of Tucson needs to be a significant part of that conversation. Finally, the issue as to the recession, we get that, we understand that, but I was sharing with the mayor either earlier today or yesterday, whenever we talked. The last time I've had an exchange with the director from the RTA, Farhad, was during a council meeting, during a study session, back as far as when Jonathan Rothschild was the mayor, and says very specific questions were about funding shortfalls. Have we got the money for Grant Road at the time? Have we got the money for these projects? And his answer consistently was the money will be there. And it was like a Fred Astaire dance. And now we're saying some transparency, some reality check. Where are the dollars? Are you selling bonds now that are going to be paid off by 2026? Are you talking about rolling City of Tucson projects forward into RTA Next so that they're not going to be finished? We need to have a real conversation about this, because this governing body is going to take a position at some point on whether or not we're playing in that sandbox. We may have our own sandbox at the time, and so it's way past time that we've been having this very transparent and, quite frankly, a very real conversation about what our role is, and I hope to be a part of it, RTA Next, but not under these terms.
Council Member Kosacic, yeah, no, I agree. I have been working very, very hard on the behalf of the residents of the City of Tucson, on behalf of my colleagues on the council, to really come to the table and try to work in a collaborative regional approach to how we answer these questions and how we move forward as a region. Because I understand that, we all, if we all work together for the betterment in an equitable way, where the residents of the City of Tucson have a say on how we move forward, and where we get authentic, real facts about how we're going to resolve the issues at hand. One, and most important, the $300 million, almost $300 million gap in funding for City of Tucson voter-approved projects. The answer that we keep getting about our projects being funded at 2006 levels are completely unacceptable. And the possibility of trying to convince mayor and council to move forward with an RTA Next package that puts these 2006 voter approved projects into the next package of RTA is absolutely not acceptable. Because, as I talked about, the citizens of Tucson have been paying into the RTA for the last 20 years. And the percentage that is created in tax revenue by the citizens of the City of Tucson is 60% of all RTA revenues. Are we receiving, are our residents and our taxpayers receiving a good return on investment? The answer at this moment in time is no. And so the delivery of the package and the voice of the residents of the city of Tucson, that is something that you all have talked about before at this table. The reason why the weighted vote and the veto vote conversation is still alive in this table is because the residents of the city of Tucson, as contributors to the RTA Next revenue and creators of almost 60% of that revenue, have one vote. 600,000 people have the same vote as 50,000 people that live in Marana. And that is not acceptable. There are models of MPOs and transit authorities throughout the country that, including over at the MAG, which is the Maricopa Association of Governments, in their RTA, they have a weighted vote. And it's fair. And so those two issues have to be resolved in my mind, and clearly my colleagues feel the same way, to be able to even have a dialogue about an RTA Next. Now, I'm gonna have to report to you, unfortunately, even though my ethos and my intention has always been to work collaboratively with the executive director of the RTA and with my colleagues on the RTA board, the requests that I have made there have been walls put up and a constant no for us to be able to discuss, frankly, these issues that you all are bringing to the table to give me direction to go to the RTA board to talk about. There have been constant walls and no's and the lack of me being able to put items on the agenda to have these discussions. It is in September, ladies and gentlemen. And the executive director, we just did the overall discussion about his performance at the, I think it was July meeting. We didn't come to a conclusion, but from forming the new Citizens Advisory Board to having a discussion of the $300 million gap in funding, to having discussions as to what would potentially go in the format of how we, the city of Tucson, want to see the RTA Next package be put together, the community engagement, the X, Y, and Z, you name it. There has been a wall put forward so that our voice as residents of the city of Tucson is negated and truncated every step of the way. And so it comes to this, right? It comes to the motion that we have on the floor with creating a timeline of, if these conversations don't happen, then we're going to, as a body, we're going to have to make the decision of whether it is the best for the city of Tucson to go its own way and decide our own destiny as to how we invest in transit and mobility. And so it's very frustrating and it's very concerning, but you and the public need to understand the games that are being played at the RTA board. So I don't see any other hands up regarding any additional comments or questions. With that, I'd like to put the motion into for a vote. So with that, I will make the call. All those in favor of the motion signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Motion passes unanimously. Thank you, Councilmember Ulick and Councilmember Kosacek, for bringing this item to our colleagues on the council. Item 7, Councilmember Fimbres has requested an update on the mayor and council direction to increase the use of the P card program. Mr. Fimbres.
Madam Mayor, thank you. Since August 2011, I have brought forward an agenda item for my colleagues on the council to receive an update on the City of Tucson's P card program. I want to thank the staff of the procurement department for their work on the P card usage, which has resulted in increased usage and the rebate back to the city going from $700,000 to over $1 million. The P card is not spending more money, but spending the city money better. It's not spending more money, but it's spending the city money better. The cost to process transactions under the P card is $20. The standard accounting procedure is $92 per a study conducted by JP Morgan. During the June 8, 2021 study session, the mayor and council received an update on the city's P card and by V payable program. The agenda item was followed up by the motion I made to have the city manager to meet further with department directors regarding the usage of the P card and V payables, and to report back to the mayor and council with an update on how the city will increase its usage of both the P card and V payables to a minimum 50% for 2022, a potential maximum of 50% for city purchases by fiscal year 26. And I'll turn this over to the city manager for a presentation and follow-up with questions. Go ahead, Mike.
Sure. Thank you, Mayor and Councilmember Fimbres. So we are prepared to make a very brief presentation. I will also tell you that we are maximizing the use of both our e-payables as well as our P card use. So with that, I'll turn it over to Jeff Yates. Go ahead, Jeff.
Great. Thanks, Mike. Thank you, Council. I just wanted to give you a quick, brief presentation on where we are with our electronic payment options. That includes our V payables as well as our P card transactions. So the good news is that our P cards are about 72% of our total transactions, but represent about 8% of the total value. So in the design of the P card program, part of the efficiency comes when you get to when you're able to push or steer your small dollar purchases toward the use of the P card. Our biggest dollar value is in our electronic funds transfer, which is also an electronic payment process. That represents about 10%, a little under 10% of our total transactions, but about 64% of our total expenditures that run through AP. So you kind of see that more along the lines with debt payments and those kinds of things. I can tell you for 21, which was a down year because of COVID and lack of travel, we got about $930,000, give or take, in rebates. And that rebate is uses revenue to offset operations in different funds. And that is accounted for also in the budget. I just want to talk real quick about the process. Working with our procurement department, we take a moment and look at the payment options that the vendors are offering. One thing I'll point out is that one payment option is not always universally the best fit. For instance, when we deal with small vendors, a lot of times what we want to be sure is that we are getting the best pricing, and in some cases they pass that pricing or that transactional cost on to us, and we want to be mindful of that. But in large retail vendor situations or large corporate situations where they take Visa and MasterCard, we want to be sure we're capturing those savings also. So we look at each contract to evaluate the options, price it to see if the use of P card versus another electronic payment has a benefit or a detriment to the city, and try to push that out. And just so that's generally all I have to say about that. There's some information that's gone out, and we're always happy to provide that information. The other two components, like I said, is we look at when we use P cards, we look at the best appropriateness of that use with the vendor. And the cost of the city, as well as the appropriate internal controls. And again, our P card program is really, in my mind, hugely successful because we're able to do about 72% of our total transactions through P cards, which are small dollar, low volume or low dollar purchases, but it saves us a ton of time and efficiency and in revenue. So with that, I'll turn it back to you, Mayor and Council, for any questions or any direction.
Madam Mayor, I open up to my colleagues on the council for now,
Alright.
and I have a motion.
We do have a hand up by Councilmember Santa Cruz.
Yeah, I had maybe a question around some of the recurring charges that offices have and how to account for that without having to do a monthly, expense and justification. I know that from staff it takes a lot of time, and so just kind of thinking about the efficiencies with the recurring charges, and then maybe we can talk offline, but hope some feedback on the P-card training and how staff, and I'm just talking from our office standpoint, other folks might have other feedback on what actually qualifies as a business purpose, because of what has said in the training isn't always the case when you're actually doing the paperwork. So just trying to make sure we have some clarity as we're all trying, to do what's right by this program.
And Councilmember, we're happy to provide any additional training or answer any questions, or if we see a weakness in our training, we absolutely are open to that dialogue, because we want clarity in that process, because we want the most efficient use, and we want to facilitate that use for not only the ward offices, but for departments as well. So.
Any other questions? Go ahead.
What can be done? I was just like, what can be done about the recurring charges that are monthly, and how do we navigate,
It depends on the nature of the charge and the company. So it is possible that we can set up a recurring charge on our P card. It is also possible that we can set up an EFT ongoing payment. There's several options, and I'm happy to have somebody reach out to your office and talk through those. I know we're running late on time, but we'll be happy to kind of have that conversation and figure out what works best for you guys to make that process easier.
And thank you, Councilmember. And Jeff, as I understand the P-card program, and tell me if it still works this way. It's kind of like a credit card, right? That departments use. And I have, let's say, the Costco City credit card that gives me back, when I spend money in certain things, it gives me back certain percentages. But I have to use the card in certain places to be able to get those percentages cash back. Is it the same program similar to the P card, that when we spend with a P card, there's cash back given back to the city of Tucson? The more we use it, the more cash back we receive it. Is that what I understand to be true, or am I not correct? It doesn't work like that.
No, that's absolutely correct. So we have a contract with Bank of America, who is our P card provider, where we get about 1.6% of our usage as a rebate back to the city. When we do that work, what we want to be sure we're balancing is the transactional charges to the vendors. So in the small vendors, where they may be paying a 3% charge to process that transaction, we may be either paying that markup, or the vendor is paying that difference. 1.4% is going to the bank, not the vendor. So we try to weigh those options. But in general, when we see large retailers, the Home Depots, you buy supplies, Office Depot, all of our retail style vendors that are corporate in nature have those costs already built into their pricing structure. So that's why we try to go through that process and evaluate where possible. And we're looking for that efficiency, whether it be done through P card, whether it be done through the electronic funds transfer, which is also an electronic payment, and then also through our V-payables. So we try to push them off a paper check. We still do quite a few paper checks. It's about 20% of our volume is paper check, and about 28% of our cash. But I want to be sure that we're doing what's best, not only for the city, but the vendors we work with, particularly those small vendors, are those that may struggle with that process.
Alrighty, so there has to be an evaluation of whether it's actually, if we are saving the money, or we are receiving, or if the 1.8% is worth it, because we're receiving a 1.8% cash back, but the vendor, mostly small locally owned businesses, have to charge us a 3% vendor fee for using the P card. Alrighty, makes
And
sense.
those are just examples. That varies on every contract.
Right. Sometimes it's 2, sometimes it's 2.5. Alrighty. Councilmember Fimbres, did you have a direction?
Yes, ma'am. First, I would like to make the following motion. For the city of Tucson to formally set up a P card first policy for payments for goods and services, promote and encourage the acceptance of P card during the procurement process, promote and encourage more usage of the P card by the departments and the city manager and business services director, go back to mayor and council in 90 days with a draft plan to mayor and council, a proposal to get the rebate to respective department budgets.
Second.
Default to payment by P card with all vendors who accept P cards. Mayor and council get quarterly update and P card and B payable spending, as well as the status of standard accounting procedure transactions, rule policies around P card issuance, and limits for staff to promote greater flexibility for P card use. Have financial staff and audit staff to review current policy practices and use of P card and report back to the mayor and council. Promote and increase be viable payables and increase its usage of both the P card and be viable at a minimum to 15% for 2022 to a potential maximum of 50% for all purchases, but by 2026. That's my motion.
All right. I heard in there's a motion, and it sounds like Councilmember Ulick wants to second the motion. Already. So there's a motion and a second. What I'm concerned about, Councilmember Fimbres, is the usage of the P card and returning any funds to the departments. I think that's part of your motion, returning
I'd like
any
to see that
funds.
as a part of an incentive program to help some of the departments that are short-staffed. Could help them with staffing and increase some of these issues, but I'm gonna leave that up to the city manager to come up with a plan. If we don't have that, that's fine too, but just getting the P card promoted, getting it out there. I mean, we got $1 million last couple of years and 700,000 before that, so it's worth it to use that additional money. It's just like you said with Costco.
Yeah. So just if I can push back a little bit in terms of amending the motion, only because that 700,000 or $1 million already goes into the general fund and is being put into use, right, for the needs that we have. So if I can request that you consider removing that so that the city manager can come back with a plan and tell us how we can incentivize that usage in a smart way. If I could request that you.
Well, Madam Mayor, I'd like to have Mike talk about it. We got 90 days to come back with a plan, and we can make the adjustments then. We'll just do it then.
Mr. Manager, did you want to include something?
Sure, Mayor, and I think the comments that you made, I think are can be incorporated. And so what I'll do is go in a little more detail. Part of the challenge that we'll have is if the incentive is basically a rebate to the department, if you will. That's great, and I think there's some value, some opportunity there. But when you go into acknowledging that folks are using it more so than others, that's not an across the board opportunity for everybody. So for example, some of the large purchases we may not be able to because the vendor may not accept it. But the flip side is maybe we could come up with the plan where we would acknowledge them and give them some kind of recognition. I fall short of making a recommendation, at least at this point, without studying a little bit more in terms of actually modifying the budget. Now, certainly, Councilmember Fimbres, you mentioned the short-staffed and some staffing concerns. Absolutely, and I think that's part of the conversation as to how we might be able to do that, but on a bigger scale, on a macro scale. So happy to look at it. I'll come back to you in 90 days.
That's what the whole thing is, Madam Mayor. Just have it evaluate and bring it back to us and discuss it that way. And if we can't do it, we can't do it. But I want to make sure that we further this thing and make it a priority.
At least look into it.
Exactly.
Happy.
Alrighty, perfect. So there's a motion and a second. If there's no further discussion, all those in favor of the motion signify by saying aye.
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 No.
Any opposed? Motion passes. Thank you so much, Jeff, for your presentation, and Mr. Ortega.
Your Honor, I'm an aye for the record. Sorry about that.
Thank you. Thank you, Jeffrey. Thank you, Mike. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you, Councilmember Fimbres.
Thank you, Carrie.
We're going to move quickly to items 9. Time has been set aside for discussion of state and national legislation and regional committee issues. Andrew, you have the floor.
Yeah, I'll be very brief. Honorable Mayor, members of the council, in response to questions from Councilmember Fimbres, I've provided Mayor and Council updates on a number of federal and state issues. Happy to answer any questions you have about those. But the one thing I'll mention here is just in direct response to Councilmember Fimbres's question from earlier today. He asked about what's the status of the infrastructure bill and the reconciliation bill. So real quickly, as you know, the Senate passed the infrastructure bill in early August. That bill is now in the House. Right now, the House and the Senate are both considering the reconciliation bill. That is the $3.5 trillion bill that anticipates big investments in areas like housing, education, climate, and a number of other areas. Those discussions, those negotiations are underway. It is likely that the House will consider both the reconciliation bill and the infrastructure bill around the same time. So I would expect in the next few weeks to get a better sense of when the House will vote on those bills, and then ultimately when they'll come before the president, and then what might be the process by which we can apply for some of those funds for mayor and council priorities. So with that, happy to answer any questions.
Andy, any more information on the postal center? Distribution centers and the bill that they were dealing with there in Congress?
So a few things I can mention on that. First, the comprehensive postal reform package is still sitting in the Senate. They've been busy with other things, but we're hopeful, especially since Senator Sinema is on the relevant committee, that she'll be working with us to push through that reform package that we believe will be very helpful to Cherry Belle. In addition, there has been included in some of the reconciliation package money for the Postal Service to update their fleet and actually move towards electric vehicles. So that's a pretty large investment that the federal government is willing to make in the Postal Service to both strengthen them and to help them help all of us reach some of the climate goals that the administration has established. So with that, there's still some other issues that are being dealt with. The United Parcel Service, UPS, has registered some concerns about some of the postal reform pieces to it. Those need to be worked through. But again, we're still pretty hopeful that a package will come before Congress before the end of this Congress.
Thank you, Andy. The other one is PFAS, PFOS. So there's a lot of apprehension around that right now, that issue.
Sure. So again, honorable mayor, members of the council, Councilmember Fimbres, in the infrastructure bill, there's about $10 billion for PFAS treatment across the nation. We expect that should that pass the Congress and be signed into law, that could mean upwards of 70, even up to $100 million, we've heard, of funding from that bill that would go to Arizona. At that point, we would work with the state to secure those funds to address some of the PFAS issues here in Tucson. There are some other opportunities in the National Defense Authorization Bill and some other bills that are being considered right now in the fiscal year 22 budget. And so again, as we always do, we know how important the issue is. We're working with the delegation to get as much funding as possible to address the many needs we have here in Tucson.
Thank you, Andrew.
Councilmember Santa Cruz.
Yes, thank you, Andrew. And for the materials that you sent out, I see that there is a U.S. Federal Transit announcement of $2.2 billion in additional assistance. Do we know how much of that the city of Tucson will be receiving? Ballpark idea?
Honorable Mayor and Council, Councilmember Santa Cruz, I don't know. I'll work with Diana and try to find out what we may be eligible for out of that. But For the rest of mayor and council, those are funds that were also made available through ARPA for transit assistance across the nation. And so, yes, we'll be looking at those. I'll talk with Diana, make sure I let mayor and council know what we may be eligible for or apply for.
Yeah, my hope is we continue to keep fares free and accessible to everybody in the city of Tucson with that allocation.
Yeah, and just to follow up on that comment and question, Councilmember Santa Cruz, we had a press conference with Senator Kelly here in Tucson at the Sunlink maintenance yard. And we were explaining to him that our fares will, are free. We have free fares till the end of December. And he said, I love that idea. You should keep it, free transit for, ever. And I said, well, if you give us the money, we will be more than happy to have free fares. So, our senator, at least one of our senators, love the idea of free transit usage for our community. And I'll follow up with his comment with him when we're getting ready to receive additional funds for our transit system.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, for that effort, because you know what? Most needy, most vulnerable citizens are using our transit system now. And I'm glad my colleagues on the council and yourself pushed this back to December 31st and supported my motion on this, because it's so important right now. We have so many people that are unemployed still.
Yeah, it's very necessary. And students.
We also have a lot of our students. Yes,
students.
Exactly.
Yeah, I know my son uses the bus and the Sunlink to move around in and out of school. So, yeah. Andrew, anything else that you wanted to add in this item?
Madam Mayor, can I ask one more question about
Sure.
the appointment, the hearings dealing with the Border Patrol, the chief's position? And we already, there's a movement on that. I know we have our good candidate, Chief Magnus, also as a nominee by President Biden. Has there been movement on that?
So Honorable Mayor and Council, Councilmember Fimbres, I don't have an update on that at the moment. Let me check with our folks in DC, and I will let you know when and if a hearing is scheduled for the nomination.
Thank you.
Well, Councilmember Fimbres, I just have an update on that as well. In my conversation with Senator Sinema, I did bring up the requesting for her that she push forward with a hearing for Chief Magnus. She sits in that committee, and she assured me that she would work with her colleagues in that committee to, I believe it's the Homeland and Homeland Security Committee, that she would request the chair of the committee that they open up and make available and make accessible the hearing for Chief Magnus. I too, said bittersweet to ask you this, but we love our chief, but we have to make sure that we have someone that we know and trust there. So Exactly. She said that they were very busy with the infrastructure bill and all of the other moving parts and moving pieces of legislation in Washington. But coming back in September, she said that she would push for that hearing.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Thank you, Andrew.
Thank you. Thank you, Andrew. We're going to move to item 10. Does anyone have any items to remove from the consent agenda?
I'm not going to remove it, but because I see it has already been continued by staff, it's consent item F. It was to be us selling an aerial easement to TEP on Cole Road for a 138 kV transmission line project. I would just like to suggest or remind staff that Kolb is a gateway corridor, and the same conversation we're having right now with respect to other gateways should apply there. And us selling an aerial easement was just a signal that we were going to let them overground it out on Kolb. So thank you for pulling it already, and I would hope that that message is a part of the conversation you're having with TEP right now.
Agreed.
Thank you, Council Member. Item 11, does anyone have any items for future agendas? Alrighty, hearing none, study session is adjourned. The regular session begins. I'm going to give you 10 minutes so that you can run, grab a little bit of food and use the restroom and then come back. So the regular session will begin at 5:55. And the next study session meeting for mayor and council is Tuesday, September 28th. I'll see you at 5:55 and take care. See you in a bit. Mr. Clerk, let's go to roll call.
Nick Santa Cruz,
Here.
Mr. Cunningham,
Here.
Nick Zulik. Yeah,
She'll
Your
join
Honor.
us when she gets her tech stuff together.
Mrs. Lee,
Here.
Mr. Fimbres,
Here.
Mr. Kozaczek. Not yet, Your Honor.
He'll be joining us soon. And then I'm here.
And Mayor Romero. Sorry.
I am here. Item 2,
Invocation and appointments to boards, committees, and commissions.
the invocation will be given by Ana Marrufo, staff member to the city clerk's office.
Thank you, Mayor Romero. Deepen our love for our city and our desire to serve it. Strengthen our power of self-sacrifice for our city's welfare. Teach us to uphold its good name by our own right conduct. Cause us to see clearly that the well-being of our city is in the hands of all its citizens. Amen.
Amen. Alrighty, item 2D.
Appointments to boards, committees, and commissions.
City Manager's communication number 272 dated September 14th is received into and made part of the record. Do we have a motion to accept the appointments in the report?
So moved.
There is a motion and a second. I would like to, before we vote, I would like to thank our appointees. I believe it's Grace Shao to the Barrio Histórico Historic Zone Advisory Board and Ted Moeller, Self-Insurance Trust Fund, for your willingness to serve the city. Is there any discussion on this motion? Hearing none, all those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Any opposed? Motion carries. Are there any personal appointments to be made at this time? Hearing none, let's go to item 3.
Your Honor, I do have a personal appointment. I'm sorry. I intend on appointing Manon Getzi to the Parks Commission. A memo will be coming from my office.
Alrighty. Thank you so much, Council Member. Let's move to item 3 then.
Mayor and council report, summary of current events.
City Manager's communication number 273 dated September 14th is received into and made part of the record. This time has been scheduled to allow members of the mayor and council to report on current events. These are to be current events of activities within the community, not position statements on policy issues. Does any council member have anything to report at this time?
I do, Madam Mayor.
Alrighty, we'll start with Ward 1 and then we'll go down the line. So Councilmember Santa Cruz.
Thank you, Mayor. And maybe sometime we can switch it up and start with Ward 6 and then come up. So I just want to acknowledge that this Thursday, September 16th, we celebrate Mexican Independence Day. There's a couple of celebrations going on, but one that I wanted to announce at this meeting was with Care in Action, along with other organizations, are celebrating our immigrant families this Saturday, September 18th, from 12 to 3 at Mission Manor Park. They'll have music, food, and community resources for our families. And then second, on Sunday, September 19, 2021, the Sunnyside Foundation has organized their Gives Day, which includes a 5K free community run walk from 8 a.m. to 12 noon, also at Mission Manor Park. Sunnyside Gives Day is a dedicated day of collective fundraising to support Sunnyside school students, teachers, families, and the broader Southside community. And I am a proud district alumni, so I'm super honored to be able to collaborate with them and support them in their effort of trying to raise $100,000 this month. So all are invited to participate and contribute as well. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember. Councilmember Cunningham?
Yes, Your Honor. I just want to thank the community for coming out for the event for Coach Olson this weekend. A beautiful tribute from Coach Rosborough, his grandson, Matt Brazzi, former players. I think I'm going to forget somebody here, Jason Terry and Steve Kerr, along with Brian Jeffries emceeing the event and doing a tremendous job. I think that we'd be remiss to remember what an impact Coach Olson had on our community. And, we've lost a lot of people in the last 2 years. And we're kind of sort of coming out of the dark little by little, day by day. And the struggle continues with masking and all the other things we talked about this afternoon. But Tucson, our community is strong, and I'm really proud to be a part of it. And this weekend was a weekend for a reflection of that. I also want to thank everybody who participated in the 9/11 events this weekend. We had 4 different 9/11 events around Tucson to commemorate the event, but also honor the survivors and honor the heroes of 9/11. So I just wanted to make those 2 announcements. We've got a busy next few months here in Tucson. It's our time, and let's enjoy what this rain has brought for us and bring forth a great end to a much better year than 2020 was.
Vice Mayor Lee?
Thank you, Mayor. I will definitely echo what Councilmember Cunningham said with respect to the 9/11 events. I attended the Tower Challenge and participated in that, and the group did another remarkable job of honoring those we lost and honoring their memory. Also, I want to make an announcement for our Ward 4 virtual town hall for September. It's going to be with the Department of Transportation and Mobility, happening on Thursday, September 30th at 5:30 p.m. And you can find out more on the website, tucsonaz.gov/Ward4. That's all I have, Mayor.
Councilmember Fimbres?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. September 15th through October 15th is National Hispanic Heritage Month, which traditionally honors the cultures and contributions of both Latino and Hispanic Americans as we celebrate heritage rooted in all Latin American countries. Okay. Celebrating Hispanic Heritage Month gives us an opportunity to reflect on what makes Latinos such a strong contributing force in America. Latinos were among the earliest European settlers in the New World, and Latinos as a people, like their many cultures, share a rich heritage, history and great diversity. Latinos have had a profound and positive influence in our country through their commitment to family, faith, patriotism, hard work, and service. They've enhanced and shaped our national character with century-old traditions that reflect the multi-ethnic and multicultural customs of our community. Thanks to our Latino community, the cuisine we played a part when Tucson became the first city of gastronomy as designated by UNESCO. You can see Latino influence on culture from here to New York, but we think very little of it. With more than 50 million Latinos across the United States, Latinos now make up the largest minority group and represent billions in buying power. Latinos represent the fastest growing segment of the American electorate. In Arizona, Raul Castro served as their first Latino governor in the 1970s. In 1991, El Pastor was the first Latino elected to represent Arizona in the U.S. Congress. Today, there are 2 Latinos in Congress representing Arizona, Raul Grijalva and Ruben Gallego. The city of Tucson elected its first Latina mayor in 2019, Regina Romero. In Tucson and Pima County, Latinos have sent a strong message by turning out to vote and leading the state in the numbers of Latinos that have been elected by governing bodies. In a recent article in Inside Tucson Business titled Hispanics a Key to Tucson's Rebound, it discussed the importance of buying power of the Latino community in Tucson, Pima County, and throughout Arizona. It noted that Latino impact on the local and national economy and their purchasing power represent $8 billion per year in Pima County, a number that is expected to increase by 88% in the next decade. By 2024, Latinos are estimated to spend $14 billion in the Tucson economy, equating to 28% of the total market spending. Hispanics are the largest group that has also earned the Medal of Honor. They have a wall dedicated with their names and how they earned their accomplishments at the Pentagon. 61 men of Hispanic heritage have been awarded the Medal of Honor, the most of any group. Hispanics are the largest group that have earned the Medal of Honor and have a wall dedicated with their names and how they have earned their accomplishments at the Pentagon. Let's repeat. 61 Medal of Honor presented to Hispanics. 2 were presented to the members of the United States Navy, 13 to members of the United States Marine Corps, and 46 members of the United States Army. 42 Medals of Honor were presented posthumously. Hard work, resiliency, perseverance, patriotism, and family have made our Latino community great and one with a remarkable heritage. As we mark National Heritage Month this year, we must remember those who have, from our families and communities that we have lost from the COVID-19 virus. On Saturday, September 11th, I spoke at Patriot Day, 20th anniversary of 9/11, held at Gold Star Mothers Family Park, located at the Veterans Memorial Overpass in Tucson. 2 Nogales police officers, Jeremy Brenton and Jesus M. Cordova, were killed in the line of duty serving the community, were recognized and honored for their service. I presented the families of Jeremy Brenton and Jesus Cordova the Ward 5 Medallion of Honor and the Ward 5 First Responders Coin in honor of their service. I want to thank the organizers of the event and the American Patriot Memorial for hosting it so that the Tucson came together in remembrance of the 20th anniversary of its tragedy, and shall never forget. On Sunday, September 12th, Tucson and Faye Wagner celebrated her 80th birthday today and a celebrant of the VFW Post 40903. Faye is a great example of a person who gave her family and community. She is a mother of 8. She worked as a nurse helping those in our community who were sick and needed care and gave her time as a volunteer. Faye was presented with the Ward 5 Certificate of Appreciation and the Ward 5 Medallion of Hope for her accomplishments. Happy birthday and congratulations, Faye. For Tucson's Jewish community, Yom Kippur is the holiest, most important day of the year in Judaism, known as the Day of Atonement. It begins at sundown Wednesday, September 15th, 2021, and ends Thursday evening, September 16th, the last of the 10 days of penitence. It begins with Rosh Hashanah and the Jewish New Year. Yom Kippur commemorates the day Moses came down from Mount Sinai after seeking God's divine forgiveness for the Israelites. We sinned against him by worshiping a gold calf idol. Taking place just over a week after the Jewish New Year, the festival is commemorated as a day-long fast. The aim of the fast is to encourage the Jewish people to reflect on their past year, repent for any wrongdoings, and wish for a happy and healthy year ahead. May Tucson's Jewish community have a happy and healthy new year. That's all I have, man. Oh, I also joined Lane Santa Cruz, and I am also a sponsor of Sunnyside's Give Day at 5K on Sunday, September 19th. We're asking all my colleagues on the council to come on out and help them. This event helps the Sunnyside Foundation and the program KEEP offers to students and those in need. I hope to see you all there at Mission Manor Park. God bless you all. Thank you. Aloha.
Thank you, Councilmember Fimbres, and I know that Councilmember Santa Cruz has her hand up. I think you forgot something.
I did, but I can go at the end or I can go now. Sorry, I just didn't want to.
If you want to go, if you want to jump in.
Well, I just wanted to acknowledge you, Mayor. You will be celebrating your birthday on Monday, September 20th, and we won't have a meeting before that. So I just want to say early happy birthday. Thank you to your mama and your papa, for sharing you with all of us and all the residents of the city of Tucson. We're so grateful, to have you in this leadership position and for your mentorship and your commitment, to people and to justice in our community. So feliz cumpleaños. Thank you again.
Hey, congratulations, Madam Mayor, and happy birthday on the 20th. My wife celebrates hers on the 22nd of this year, too. Thank you.
We're both Virgos, double Virgos.
Exactly.
Thank you so much, council member. I really appreciate it. I actually like to enjoy the entire week. So all of you have an opportunity to celebrate with me my birthday from the 18th through I would say the 25th. That's just the way I roll. My announcements for this week, first and foremost, I want to add my voice and thoughts. This past Saturday was the 20th anniversary of September 11th, and I partnered with Supervisor Adelita Grijalva as well as Dr. Robbins to light up the City Hall and the historic Pima County Courthouse, as well as the fountain at Main Gate, in honor of the victims of September 11th, those lives lost, and the families and the first responders that were forever changed in that day. As a matter of fact, all of our country and the world changed that day. And we just wanted to pay recognition and tribute to the lives lost and the first responders affected by National Small Business Week. For more than 50 years, the U.S. Small Business Administration has celebrated National Small Business Week, which recognizes the critical contributions of America's entrepreneurs and small business owners. More than half of Americans either own or work for a small business, and they create nearly 2 out of every 3 jobs in the U.S. each year. I will be participating on a panel with Los Angeles Mayor Eric Garcetti, Chicago Mayor Lori Lightfoot, and Austin Mayor Elder for a discussion on how city governments are supporting Latino small business owners across America. Stay tuned as we will share the links of the discussion on my social media accounts on Mayor Romero on Facebook and at Tucson Romero, both on Twitter and Instagram. I do believe that Councilmember Kosacik also has, this is like a miracle, has an announcement to share. So go ahead, Councilmember Kosacik.
I don't know what that announcement is. What's the miracle?
I don't know. I thought you had something to say.
No, I have. Only thing I'll say is that rebooting a computer is a good way to build your patience.
All righty. Well, thank you for joining us. Really appreciate your back. So with that, I don't think we have any more announcement. We move on to item 4.
City Manager's Report, Summary of Current Events.
Thank you, Mayor, members of the council. Just wanted to let you know that we've been working closely with our partners at Rio Nuevo. We have just learned today that our certificate of occupancy was issued for the music hall renovation, which is just in time for tomorrow's Jackson Brown concert. So just quick shout out to everyone involved in that, and look forward to hearing how great it is and all of the improvements. So Mayor, I just wanted to let you all know we're on track with a lot of those TCC improvements. That's all, Mayor.
That's wonderful. In my office, and the city manager did a tour of the TCC, I think last week sometime. It's looking great. But Mr. Manager, I do have to read into the record, City Manager's communication number 274, dated September 14th, is received into and made part of the record. The time that has just passed was scheduled to allow the city manager to report on current events. So thank you for that report. That was great. We move on to item 5.
Liquor license applications, report from City Manager.
City Manager's communication number 275, dated September 14th, is received into and made part of the record. Mr. Clerk, please read the liquor license agenda.
Your Honor, on this evening's liquor license agenda under item 5B, we have 5 requests for new license, 1 request for owner transfer. Under item 5C, we have 4 requests for special event, Under item 5D, we have 17 requests for agent change acquisition of control. Staff has indicated that all the applicants are in compliance with city requirements. So an appropriate motion would be to forward items 5B 1 through 6, C 1 through 4, and D 1 through 17 to the State Liquor Board with a recommendation of approval.
May I have a motion, please?
So moved, Your Honor.
Second.
There's a motion and a second. Any further discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor of the motion signify by saying aye. Aye. Any opposed? Motion carries. Item 6.
Call to the audience.
At this time, the public is allowed to address the mayor and council on any issue, except for items scheduled for a public hearing at this meeting. Speakers are limited to 3-minute presentations. Call to the audience is scheduled to last for 30 minutes. Pursuant to the Arizona Open Meeting Law, individual council members may ask the city manager to review the matter, as the matter be placed on a future agenda, or respond to criticism made by speakers. However, the mayor and council may not discuss or take legal action on matters raised during call to the audience. With that, we have about 4 speakers at call to the audience. We will start with Kevin Green.
Thank you, Mayor Romero and council members.
Go ahead, Mr. Green.
No, I'm sorry. Mayor Romero and council members, my name is Kevin Green. I'm representing Sustainable Tucson, a local volunteer-based organization dedicating to making the city a more sustainable place to live and work. We want to provide some initial comments on the proposed zero waste roadmap, which was presented at the study session earlier today. We commend Tucson Environmental and General Services for proposing the zero waste roadmap and looking at ways to turn our local landfill into a sustainability campus. We believe that the proposed roadmap has many useful ideas, but it puts the cart before the horse by placing the initial focus of the zero waste planning effort on identifying and reviewing near-term development options at the landfill. This action will take place before the city has established a zero waste framework for guiding the planning process. The initial tasks in the proposed zero waste roadmap call for TEGS to issue a RFI for alternative uses of waste materials at the landfill and to conduct a process technology review of what the department says is downstream waste management technologies. This technology review will rely heavily on waste management and material recovery technologies that have already been identified and are currently being considered for implementation by TEGS. Unfortunately, the department developed this list of technologies over 3 months ago without soliciting stakeholder input in the process. Moreover, the initial focus on downstream waste management technologies will undercut consideration of more sustainable approaches that reduce waste and conserve resources at the source. Many brand companies are beginning to explore reusable and refillable alternatives to single-use packaging for delivering products. They are also creating special organizations to support community programs for hard-to-recycle materials. The city's zero waste plan needs to include strategies for reinforcing and promoting these kinds of innovations rather than simply managing what comes to us at the end of the line. We're also concerned that the proposed zero waste roadmap does not provide for open and inclusive public participation in the department's decision-making processes. Up to now, TEGS has been working primarily with consulting firms in developing the proposed zero waste roadmap and sustainability campus. It's also been meeting with potential waste management vendors. This is in stark contrast to other zero waste communities that have treated stakeholder groups as partners in the development and implementation of their zero waste plans. To this end, we urge the mayor and city council to create a broad representative advisory group to assess TEGS in identifying the needs and goals of both the zero waste planning process and the sustainability campus. This advisory group should include representatives of local businesses, waste collection services, building managers, recycling reuse operators, community groups, economic development organizations, and social justice groups. To sum up, the issue of waste is one of the most visible platforms from which to address some of our most pressing environmental, social, and economic challenges. It will take all of us working together to change the existing systems where we throw away largely everything into community systems where we cover nearly everything for recycling, composting, and reuse. Thank you very much for this opportunity to comment.
Thank you, Mr. Green. I really appreciate your comment and input. And just for your information, we did include that direction to include a diverse group of stakeholders in the community that reflect our community and our interests to make sure that we get that community input and feedback as we craft our zero waste plan. So thank you for your interest.
Thank you.
Mr. Ken Scoville?
Yes, good evening, Mayor Romero and members of the City Council. My name is Ken Scoville. I've been a Tucson historian and historic preservation advocate since 1985. Too many years, but I'm still doing it. And I'm wanting to speak this evening about the Tucson Museum of Art historic block. And I'm very concerned about several of the 150-plus-year-old adobe buildings. I probably know these buildings as well as any in Tucson, given that I've given so many walking tours. And the Fish and Stevens houses, the ones in front on Main Avenue, and I want to quote one of the correspondence I did, and this is November 2017. I was told by the Presidio Neighborhood Association that TMA power washed and then painted those two front buildings. And I knew that power washing was totally wrong, and given the moisture issues those buildings have had over the years, they should not be painted. And so I contacted Development Services, and they responded to TMA. It's come to our attention that power washing and painting were carried out on exterior adobe walls of the Tucson Museum of Art. Please refrain from this, as neither type of treatment is appropriate for an historic adobe building. And then I've been watching over the years, trying to make sure that we didn't damage anything of the lime plaster material. And as of late, since probably mid-May, you can see sheets of paint coming off the Fish and Stevens houses, large pieces of it. Some of the lime plaster on the south side of the building that faces on Alameda. I contacted the Museum of Art in May, and then I contacted Development Services about this. And finally, I kept contacting them later in the summer, and then I got a response from Development Services through the Historic Preservation Office, and this is what they've responded. As with any historic building, there's always maintenance. TMA reached out to me in early June, I was not aware of this, to let me know that they needed to repair some peeling paint. They're going to scrape the paint, do a couple layers of lime wash, and then repaint. They're not getting into stucco or the building. Well, there is no stucco on the building. It's ancient sun-dried adobe, lime plaster, and that's all it should be. Since the work is limited and very minor, I okayed it. And then she says, since the TMA leases the building, I believe that they can opt for whoever they want to do the work on the building. Well, I am concerned at the level that I think Bob Vint should do an inspection of the exterior and interior of the adobe buildings. The TMA should not proceed right now until we get that accomplished. And he's the preservation architect for the mission, and he's done inspections and work on those buildings for the last 25 years. So, and I even checked back with the preservation office. He is listed as on a planning team right now, but preservation. But I very strongly believe that another inspection of those buildings should be done. I will send the correspondence photographs I have to Ward 1 and the mayor's office in the morning. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ken. Really appreciate it. Mr. Michael Bellina?
I don't see him on, Your Honor.
Ms. Abrisa Ziegler?
Good evening.
Oh,
Can you hear me?
Now we can. Go ahead.
Honorable Mayor and council members, thank you for listening to my concerns. My name is Abriza Zakir. I've lived in Tucson for 40 years and been a resident of Ward 1 for over 20 years, and I am a citizen of the Sonoran Desert. I first heard of the A Mountain closure a couple of weeks ago, and then read your proposed changing the sign. I'm opposed to limiting the hours for vehicle traffic that you're planning for your pilot test for A Mountain. This is an iconic Tucson destination for the views of sunrises, sunsets, and the city lights. By restricting access times, you're not only limiting the availability for working folks who may work later than 5:30, you are placing a restriction on people who are less mobile and are unable to walk to the top. Also, I'm wondering that during these 2 weeks of the road closure, are there plans to address the buffalo grass problem taking over our beloved A Mountain, which is going to be a safety and fire hazard in the future? Maybe not this year, but maybe next fire season. Anyway, thank you for listening to me and your attention.
Thank you, Abriza. That's the extent of the individuals that I had for the call to the audience. Do you have anyone else, Mr. Clerk, that was in line to speak at call to the audience?
No, Your Honor.
Okay, so we move on to item 7.
Oh, excuse me, my name is Ed Lambert. I thought I was on.
Hi, Mr. Lambert. I think you want to speak on item 8.
Oh, that's correct. Oh, do I wait? Need to wait until then? I'm sorry.
Yes, no, we'll call on you. We'll call on you for item 8.
So sorry.
No problem. Alrighty, we move on to item 7.
Consent agenda items A through J.
Reports from the city manager on the current consent agenda are received into and made part of the record. Mr. Clerk, you are requested to read the consent agenda.
Your Honor, on this evening's consent agenda, item A is approval of minutes. Item B is a grant agreement with the Arizona Attorney General's Office for the Victims' Rights Program. Item C is real property acquisition of property for the Los Reales Sustainability Campus. Item D is real property amendment to the existing lease with Desert Survivors Incorporated for property located at 1020 West Star Pass Boulevard. Item E is a real property approving a lease agreement with La Cocina DWNT LLC for city-owned property at 110 East Pennington Street. Item F is real property sale of city-owned aerial easements leased to Davis-Monthan Air Force Base located along Culp Road. Your Honor, this item has been continued at the request of staff. Item G is boards, committees, and commissions extending term of service for the Complete Streets Coordinating Council. Item H is an intergovernmental agreement with the Regional Transportation Authority for the U of A 2nd Street Bike and Pedestrian Improvement Project. Item I is finance, authorizing the Business Services Director to submit the annual expenditure limitation report. Item J is transportation and mobility, approval of the El Paso and Southwestern Greenway Extension preferred alignment. That's the extent of the consent agenda, Your Honor.
May I have a motion to approve the consent agenda?
So moved with the exception of F.
There's a motion. Is there a motion?
I'll second the motion.
I mean, a second, sorry. Okay, so there's a motion and a second. Any further discussion? Hearing none.
Okay.
Okay, I think the noise subsided. So go ahead, Mr. Clerk.
Mr. Kozaczek?
Aye.
Ms. Santa Cruz?
Aye.
Romero?
Aye.
Mr. Cunningham?
Aye.
Mrs. Lee?
Aye.
McSulik? Mr. Fimbres?
Aye.
The items on the consent agenda are approved by a vote of 7-0. item 8.
Public hearing zoning C92011 Sunshine Mile Overlay District ordinance adoption. Hearing ordinance number 11872.
City Manager's communication number 280 dated September 14th is received into and made part of the record. Ladies and gentlemen, this is the time and place legally advertised for a public hearing on establishing an urban overlay district. No changes are proposed to the existing zoning on parcels within the urban overlay district. The urban overlay district provides an optional zoning tool that provides regulatory flexibility for projects meeting certain requirements of the Sunshine Mile vision. The zoning examiner and staff recommend approval of the zoning request after the public hearing and subject to the conditions on the ordinance provided. This is a public hearing scheduled to last for no more than 1 hour. Speakers are limited to 5-minute presentations. Mr. Clerk, do we have any requests to speak?
Yes, Your Honor, we do.
Alrighty. So what I will do is allow for Mr. Clark to talk to us about what we have here in front of us. And then Ms. Sylvan talked to us about the work and meetings and the the movement and changes that we have in front of us. And then we're going to open the public hearing and come back for a discussion for mayor and council. So with that, Mr. Clark, did you want to add something in your presentation?
Sure. Thanks for having us, Honorable Mayor and Council. Back in July, we brought before you the Sunshine Mile overlay for adoption. During that meeting, Ward 5 Councilmember Fimbres asked that we remove 2 areas, the Park sub-area and the Euclid sub-area, and have additional conversations with, in particularly, the Barrio San Antonio neighborhood and the Miles Down neighborhood about concerns that they had regarding heights and setbacks, traffic, group dwellings, neighborhood engagement, historic preservation. Over the course of the last 45 days, we've had a series of meetings with the neighbors. We've had ongoing communications both in email, and we've provided additional graphic material to them to demonstrate what the heights and setbacks would look like. We've made several amendments to the overlay for those 2 sub-districts, and after the discussions with the residents and letting them see the amendments, it appears we've reached a point to where they're prepared to support that. And so with that, I'd like to turn it over to Carrie Sylvan, whose firm has been doing a lot of the work for Rio Nuevo on this, and she's prepared to discuss the details. Thank you.
Thanks, Scott, and thank you, Honorable Mayor and Council. I want to, first of all, thank Councilmember Fimbres and Ward 5 constituency for working with us these last couple of months, and also thank you to the remainder of the Mayor and Council for all of your work and patience with this process. As Scott indicated, we've had a number of meetings since July with the Barrio San Antonio and the Miles neighborhood. We had one on August 8th and then another larger meeting on August 31st. I want to just highlight a few of the changes. The proposal that's in front of you tonight, we've reduced the height in the Euclid sub area and brought that down from the 14 to 16 stories that was initially part of the request to 6 stories and capped at 75 feet, which is the same height as the underlying zoning. Part of what this does as part of the Sunshine Miles, it permits residential uses within that area, which we think is going to be very beneficial to all of the housing discussions that you all have been having. We also increased the setbacks in the park sub area south of Broadway. As noted in the July 7th adoption and continued tonight, student housing, which is called group dwelling in the code, is not permitted for anybody who uses the Sunshine Mile. And then there were other portions of the ordinance as well that we clarified and had great discussions with the Ward 5 constituency. We want to thank everybody who engaged and worked with us these past couple of months through the end of summer and attempted vacations by some of us. And I do want to note too, in addition to Fletcher McCusker and Scott Clark, who have been leading this work, I want to mention a few people who've been behind the scenes but have really been working hard with constituents and writing the ordinance. Corin Manning from Planning and Development Services has been the primary contact for all of the substance at the city, working with us to coordinate department feedback and the draft of the ordinance. Robin Large with Lazarus and Sylvan has been the primary author and coordinated all of the constituency feedback for really the last 2.5 years. Michael Becker, who, as many of you know, is an architect, and he was the author of the design criteria and also worked very closely with, in all of the constituency work, providing a lot of drafting, sometimes drafting while we're in Zoom meetings, which is always fascinating to watch. We are here and we are available to answer any questions either now or probably most likely after the public hearing. So thank you again.
Thank you, Ms. Sylvan. Alrighty, so we do have a list of speakers for this item, and our first speaker is Ed Lambert.
Oh, thank you very much. Can you hear me okay?
Yes, we can. Go ahead, go
Okay.
right ahead, Mr. Lambert.
Thank you, and apologies for barging into the wrong
no,
part of
don't
the
worry
meeting.
about it. Don't worry about it.
Okay, so my name is Ed Lambert. I live at 1216 East 14th Street, and I feel very fortunate to spend time in Barrio San Antonio. I've been participating in this for a bit, and I want to be clear that what I'm going to say represents my own views, not necessarily the view of the entire neighborhood at all. And really, these are odd times, so processes are fragmented, communication is hard, and getting consensus is obviously difficult. But I just want to talk about my own personal feelings about this. I personally am much less concerned about building height and much more concerned about issues of housing affordability and sustainability. So I personally would like to have even greater changes to encourage affordable housing in the Euclid and Park sub areas. So specifically, the fact that there's only 15% affordable units for the incentive. So I would ask for a much stronger incentive in that area, such as 50 or 75% of units. Additionally, making sure that the incentives are in perpetuity so that they can't be taken away if the site changes hands. But realistically, these incentives might not be used by the free market, right? A lot of this analysis was done assuming that like the free market is going to magically provide affordable housing for people, and it's not going to do that. And so I really want to encourage, I know I watched your study session on the 10th on housing affordability, and I really want to encourage public housing, publicly funded housing in that site that would make things that are truly affordable for people, not just at 80% of AMI, but people who are really living near the poverty level or at all range. And further, I've lived in Seattle for most of my life, but also spent time lived in Tucson most of my life, spent some time in Seattle, where I've seen what happens when housing becomes unaffordable. And there's thousands of people living in the streets in Seattle because of the housing crisis and a lack of affordability. And I strongly encourage you to take the steps now to plan for that, because as the market drives prices higher, we need to provide housing for folks. And that and there's a lot of models for that are not just all affordable housing, but blends, like neighborhoods where you can have market rate housing mixed in with affordable housing. And there's some great examples that I've seen happen in Seattle and other cities that I would love to see in that site. Finally, I want to say, because whatever you do there, it's going to increase property taxes, it's going to increase gentrification, it's going to create more houseless people. And I really, for the most marginal people in society, I would like to see requirements for all of the Sunshine Mile, that they do more for houseless services there. So making sure that all the open space is public, making sure that the amenities, things like restrooms, things like shower facilities, community meeting rooms, that these things are open to the public and open to everyone, regardless of whether they're a property owner, a renter, or a person experiencing houselessness. So that's the main point that I wanted to make. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Lambert. Our next speaker is Stefan Limroth.
Close.
Can you all hear me?
Yes, we can. Go ahead, Stefan.
Good, thank you. Good evening, Mayor and council members. My name is Stefan Limroth. I'm a co-president of the Barrio San Antonio Neighborhood Association. First, I wanted to thank you for voting for the continuance in July so that we might have more time to discuss the overlay with Rio Nuevo city staff, our ward office, and our neighbors. The extra time was valuable for us to study and become more familiar with the details of the overlay and its potential consequences to our neighborhood. And since the majority of our neighbors are very concerned about the need for affordable housing, we also spent a lot of this time looking at how affordable housing could possibly fit into the overlay. While we hope that developers will use a density incentive for providing 15% affordable housing, in the end, we had to accept that maybe the only real advancement for affordable housing that the overlay may provide is as a consequence of the change from industrial zoning to one that allows residential use. While we're not counting on the overlay providing much help in the way of encouraging or enabling affordable housing, last week we did have the opportunity to meet with Liz Morales, the city's Housing and Community Development Director, and we hope to be able to work with her office to ensure both support for existing residents that may be affected by rising housing costs and to pursue affordable housing, rental and home ownership possibilities in and around our neighborhood. Of course, the negative consequences of having the overlay zone on the edge of our neighborhood loom large for us. We're likely to see buildings taller than what fit into our current 1- and 2-story houses. We'll have increased traffic both through our quiet streets and as we enter and exit the neighborhood. We'll see gentrification of our humble neighborhood and the increased housing prices and taxes that come with it. And of course, we'll just have generally more noise. There's no doubt that by accepting this overlay, we will be opening up our western edge to having larger buildings because of the decreased setbacks that the overlay will allow compared to the underlying zoning. A developer will be able to build something taller and with a bigger footprint than they would with the existing zoning. In spite of these potential drawbacks and the difficulty of divining what may happen to the area with and without the overlay in place, in the end, the neighbors' consensus was to support approval of the overlay. If things turn out as advertised by Rio Nuevo and city staff, the overlay will help protect historic contributors, give the neighbors maybe some small possibility of having a voice on potential developments through participation on the design review board, lead to an incremental improvement in building efficiency, and allow for residential development on lots that are now industrially zoned. And if we're lucky, maybe we'll end up with somewhere interesting to walk to and hang out. However, we are asking that to mitigate some of the negative consequences, that in the park sub-area south of 12th Street, the maximum height be revised down from the currently proposed 6 stories or 75 feet, including the 2-story incentive, down to a maximum of 4 stories or 54 feet. We realize this height is lower than the existing zoning allows, but again, the overlay's smaller setbacks will yield bigger, taller buildings than the current zoning would allow. I thank you again for the extra time you gave us to be able to give more thought to this, and hope you will consider our request for the lower maximum height of 54 feet in the park sub area south of 12th Street. Thanks for your attention.
Thank you. Our next speaker is John Salvatierra.
Mayor, do you hear? Madam Mayor?
There you are. We can hear you.
Thank you.
We can hear you now. Go ahead.
Mayor Romero and City Council, thank you for the time to allow me to comment on the historical fact to impart a sounder path forward in what appears to be the largest downtown construction boom in recorded history. As COVID and a long, hot summer have muted any sensitive topics like next year's budget, TEP's DeMoss Petrie, alternate detour through San Antonio neighborhood, deviating from the Campbell Avenue main northern trunk line. Our San Antonio neighborhood took over 800 downtown properties out of the floodplain that relieved 8 city blocks now under construction downtown from more extensive floodplain insurance and commensurate flood damage, alterations, and extra permitting. That arose because 3 city blocks of San Antonio neighborhood are detention basins along the Arroyo Chico Wash that suspend a 50-year flood event from the downtown area. I watched this great event take place as a 20-year Citizen Advisory Board member with the Mission Linen Park Euclid Wharf's largest Tucson Metro Hazmat Superfund site. The ADEQ was gifted minimal liability to polluters in its record of decision by only vapor extraction, soil vapor extraction over the past years that has now ceased. And the presence of ethylene glycol and diesel over the first meter of on-site sampling monitor wells on Park Avenue south of Broadway. All ignored, even when documentation of on-site wells contamination to the perched and regional aquifer was part of recorded drilling reports. Why would I be upset at this? Because we as taxpayers are reluctant debtors, along with the city of Tucson, as holders of last recourse. Special interests have already been well received with the city's generous blessing. And now you come before the public in this virtually diminished representation of due process and prudent recourse in resource management that would rather encourage a vague, non-binding high-rise occupancy to low-income renters that within the margins of $40,000 and $50,000 really don't define them as low income. But beyond that, let's go on. Instead of dedicating Mission Linen as a future bioremediation, water treatment, and recharge plant, we have a deeper commitment than rezoning for Sunshine Mile rezoning efforts, this mass rezoning. And this same facility can also mitigate and remediate the upcoming PFAS direction that the mayor and council will be taking in its future meetings, along with Davis-Monthan Air Force Base, and we're all downflow from that area, and this would be an ideal way to kill 2 birds with 1 stone. I would really suggest, forgetting the upscaling of the neighborhood and creating some kind of a moratorium until our post-COVID allows us to have fully honored public meetings in a normal fashion. And by forgetting the upscaling of neighborhoods, with future G-Plat funded giveaways, I just feel that they further overwhelm our primarily residential senior retiree neighborhood with increased taxes to pay for G-Plat special interest zones that are not the most eminent issue before the council at this
30
time.
seconds.
Sunshine Mile, to me, is, as its mass rezoning, is the epitome of special interest on crack. It's a very uncomfortable position. I feel uncomfortable about making this open to the public, but we need to focus on water and its cleanliness, and the further appearance of Rosemont Mine. Mayor, I appreciate your time, and I thank you for allowing me to speak.
Thank you, Mr. Salvatierra. Mr. Ted Warmbrandt. Mr. Clerk, do we have Mr. Ted Warmbrandt on?
Yes, Your Honor, he's muted, so he probably needs to hit *6.
Mr. Wambra, you have to hit *6 and then you can unmute yourself.
Oh, I'm fucking muted. Okay. Hi.
Hi, Ted.
You can hear me?
We can. Go ahead. You have 5 minutes.
Good. I can hear you too. That's good. A good sign. Let's see where to begin. I wanted to quote the great percussionist Fletcher McCusker, who had said at one meeting that when we begin to make compromises, probably no one will be happy with the result. And I was thinking that if we don't make compromises, then one party is happy and the other isn't. So it's probably better to equalize that as we move in some direction here, and I hope it's forward. I wanted to kind of, after years of going to the Broadway widening meetings and then here in Barrio San Antonio, that when we heard that the 14 stories was being proposed for the Euclid Broadway section of the Sunshine Mile, it sort of set off an alarm in my heart that nobody was thinking about our neighborhood. And then when we heard that there would be 2 more stories, if we wanted affordable housing with 80% AMI, we'd have to add 2 more. That was the second blow. 15% affordable at 80% AMI. And I've been thinking that if it had been reversed and it was 15% market rate and 85% affordable at maybe closer to 50% AMI, we wouldn't be quite in the same discussion. So I've gone to every meeting. I watched my neighbors kind of peel away as it was getting more and more difficult to see if we're making any headway. And then thanks to Councilman Fimbres' support, we saw the Euclid height go down to where we felt we could live with that. So now we turned our attention, and you've heard all the issues that we've had, the Mission Linen, the 12th Street, the traffic, the more parking and all of that stuff. And Park Avenue goes right next to where we live. And we looked at that, and the big wall that it looked like was being proposed, 6 stories, just looked horrendous. Not to mention the real, we wanted 2-story houses like we have to be compatible. So we sat around and we thought, well, we can compromise to 4 stories and we can give up some of the setbacks to make that happen. We didn't know if that would fly or not, but that was some kind of a compromise to be able to accept the overlay and be partners to the density project, which a lot of this is. The unnerving part is the market rate. The virus came from the open market in China, and I just see market rate housing around here as a kind of a virus that could wipe us out. I'm sure that the impetus to get out of town can be we could be facing with this overlay. At the same time, we're seeing the investors kind of pouncing into the neighborhood, and that fear is not a good place to. It motivates us in not necessarily the most productive way. But after looking at all of these conditions, And you've gotten personal letters from me already, but to speak as the co-president, and thank goodness we have Stefan as a
30
co-president,
seconds.
a little bit more level-headed, we wanted to suggest that we could accept the overlay if the height and the setback were set on Park Avenue south of 12th Street, which is where we go down to 4 stories. And I don't know if I'd be happy with that, but we're certainly not happy. And thanks for listening to me. I'm sorry I don't have the banjo to sing my out, but I'm sure you're going to do a good job. Thank you.
Thank you, Ted. Marilyn Robinson.
Oh, it says item 9 is not a public hearing. Your name will be placed on a speaker. Sorry.
I'm sorry, who is this? To those that are not speaking, can you please put yourself
Hello?
on mute?
Hi, can you
Hi,
hear me now?
Marilyn. Hold on just a second. Let me just make sure that everybody is on mute, those that are not speaking. Go ahead, Marilyn. Go ahead.
Great, thank you, Mayor Romero and council members. I'm speaking tonight to ask you to support the Barrio San Antonio neighborhood by limiting the buildable heights on the Park Avenue sub-area south of 12th Street, as Ted mentioned, to a maximum of 4 stories under the proposed Sunshine Mile overlay. As a community planner, I worked for many years with local neighborhoods, including Barrio San Antonio. We built some pretty interesting houses in the neighborhood, and we worked on some neighborhood planning. But I'm concerned about the negative consequences that may impact the neighborhood with unknown development that may come to the Euclid Park subdistrict. I'm worried about the displacement that often accompanies major investment like this. I believe that the residents of Barrio San Antonio would prefer to stay and enjoy the hopefully positive benefits that we all hope will come with the Sunshine Mile. I also want to note that the neighborhood leaders have begun discussions with Liz Morales of Housing and Community Development in order to help promote the development of affordable housing in the area, both rental and home ownership, and hopefully some permanent affordable housing. Fortunately, the original allowable heights in the Euclid sub-area of 14 to 16 stories have been reduced to the 6 stories. However, the adjacent park sub-area is currently designated for 4 plus 2, that equals 6 stories, that can also be built directly adjacent to Barrio San Antonio neighborhood. While described in the overlay ordinance as a transition between the Euclid sub-area and the neighborhood, the Park Avenue sub-area with its possible 6 stories will not, in fact, be much of a transition to the mostly 1-story Barrio San Antonio. So I hope you will agree with Barrio San Antonio and agree to limit the height in the Park Avenue sub-area south of 12th Street to a maximum of 4 stories. Thank you.
Thank you, Marilyn. And our last speaker is Corky Poster.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Go ahead, Corky.
Mayor Romero, members of the Tucson City Council, thanks for the public hearing, and I'm happy to be able to be a speaker tonight. I live at 1336 East 12th Street in the Miles neighborhood, a proud resident of Ward 5. I've actively participated over the last several years in the Sunshine Mile Overlay District meetings. I think I've attended every meeting during that period of time, and most recently have attended the Ward 5 meetings since the public hearing was continued. So I participated in a lot of those conversations and additional discussion. I've lived for the last 48 years, 200 feet from Broadway, and I've watched with great sadness that when Broadway has been languishing for 4 decades with disinvestment and neglect caused by the uncertainty of its transportation future. And then most recently, all of us in and around Broadway have struggled with the continuous construction site and what I consider the unnecessary widening of Broadway, but that's a whole other conversation. And now we're looking at the Broadway, the Sunshine Mile Overlay District. The city of Tucson Planning and Development Services, the great staff there, in partnership with Rio Nuevo, now has the ability to chart the future of Broadway, facilitating the right kind of development, nurturing progress and revitalization in lieu of decades of disinvestment. I note that the overlay district, the optional overlay district, prioritizes business investment, affordable housing, historic preservation, friendly pedestrian environment, transit, all of the things that we've been hoping for to be in our zoning ordinance, which currently are not in our zoning ordinance. And so I understand that this is an optional overlay zone. I had the privilege of co-authoring the infill incentive district overlay zone. So I think I understand a lot about the tricky aspects of trying to create an optional overlay zone when the underlying zoning is largely inappropriate, and how we get development to opt into that overlay zone instead of proceeding with the underlying zoning. That requires a very delicate balance between what owners of property have by right and what you'd rather have them do relative to affordable housing, historic preservation, pedestrian facilities, et cetera. So I think we've made a lot of progress. I really want to thank Councilmember Fimbres and the Ward 5 office for continuing the conversation in Ward 5 and what I call the Ward 5 quadrant south of Broadway. I think all of those conversations have been very positive in a way to get extra time to discuss and participate. I want to compliment Planning and Development Services and the Rio Nuevo consultants, Carrie Sullivan, Michael Becker, and Fletcher himself, on the extraordinary work that they've really done over the past several years. Writing an overlay zone like this is a monumental project, very difficult. And when you're looking at it from the point of view of a single neighborhood, it looks like that piece that you're concerned about. But the whole thing was conceived and executed in what I would call really an extraordinarily capable manner. I think it's important that the Lost Barrio and South Park stay in the overlay district. There are fragile historic buildings that currently have no protection, and the optional overlay zone is an opportunity to give them some protection if the incentives are strong enough to allow that. I think that's all very important, and I think it's important to the Sunshine Mile that the areas we're discussing now all stay within the Sunshine Mile overlay. I think there's been great effort to look at equitable future for this area. I totally agree that it is very difficult to get the private market to do affordable housing, and I support those speakers who talked about that. And then finally, I want to congratulate the council for doing this project, for sponsoring this project, Rio Nuevo for their work, and I urge you to move forward with the compromises that have been put together and support and approve this modified Sunshine Mile Overlay District. Thank you for the opportunity.
Thank you, Corky. Really appreciate your time. May I have a motion? I don't have any additional speakers. Mr. Clerk, do you have any other speakers on queue that I don't have on my list?
No, Your Honor.
Madam Mayor, I move to close the public hearing.
Second.
So there's a motion and a second to close the public hearing. All those in favor of closing the public hearing signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any against? Motion public, the public hearing is closed. Mr. Clerk, you are requested to read ordinance 11872 by number and title only.
Ordinance number 11872 relating to zoning, amending zoning district boundaries in the area south of Broadway and west of Campbell in case C92011 from R203 C1 C2 C3 I1 I2 P and Pad 39 to urban overlay district in order to include within the boundary of the Sunshine Mile Urban Overlay District adopted on July 7th, 2021 as ordinance 11854 and setting an effective date.
What is the council's pleasure?
Madam Mayor, I have a motion.
Go ahead, Mr. Fimbres.
Madam Mayor, I want to thank the Ward 5 resident staff in Rio Nuevo District and the applicant for meeting these past 2 months during the continuance I requested for the portion of the Sunshine Mile in Ward 5. I want to thank Stefan Limroth, Anna Warmbrat, Grady Bautista, Jackie Turchik, Ted Warmbrat, Sloan McFarland, Anna Acuna, Al Brown, John Klink, Marilyn Robinson, Peter Norbeck, Karen Carlson, Ed Lambert, Gretchen Segrist, Kimmy Ezeal, Corky Poster, Kristen Thomas, Mariana Barry Anthony, Greg Clark, Peter Norbeck, Bill Richards, Jamie Sumner, Kimberly Madison, Tyler Denny, and Rob McLean, Ed Thomas, just some of the neighbors of the body of San Antonio, Miles Neighborhoods who took over part of the meetings. I also want to thank Kerry Sylvan, Michael Becker, and Fletcher McClusker. As my colleagues know, this is an optional overlay district. A property owner could use their underlying zoning opt into the Sunshine Mile to proceed with their own site-specific rezoning, including a planned area department. In Ward 5, we wanted to make sure that the Sunshine Mile is chosen. There is significant dialogue and involvement of the neighborhood on design, traffic, and other issues. Based on this revised proposal tonight and the additional dialogue over the last 2 months, the following items have been addressed. Height in the Euclid sub area have been lowered to 6 feet, 75 feet, which is the same as the underlying zoning. By including the Euclid sub area, this ordinance now permits residentials in this area, which will assist with some of the affordable housing issues. Setbacks in the park area, sub area has been increased to protect their neighbors. Ward 5 has 2 historic surveys being completed at no expense to the residents. One to protect Los Barrios, thanks to Rio Nuevo, with the adoption of the overlay, and one to help the body of San Antonio neighborhood relate to property taxes. In addition, the Department of Transportation and Mobility has added Park Avenue, both north and south of Broadway, to the Moves Tucson project to improve streets for walkability, bike infrastructure, beautification, and green infrastructure. PDSD will work with the body of San Antonio and the Drachman Institute on long-term planning, as well as a neighborhood plan. Traffic into the neighborhoods will be evaluated through traffic impact analysis for projects to ensure the egress and ingress and the emergency vehicles can get to the houses in need. Student housing and group dwellings are not permitted. Neighborhoods will have a strong voice in the design review process for major projects with the ability to create enforceable conditions of zoning. And as a council, we have prioritized affordable housing as an issue that Housing and Community Development is working on to address this critical issue. I want to thank all the Ward 5 residents who have participated in this extra dialogue. This is one last item that I want to see change from the proposed ordinance tonight to reflect my constituents' request, an added limitation to the height of the park area, sub-area south of 12th to 4 stories, 54 feet and no higher. In addition, I want the following points reiterated that are already on the ordinance as adopted on July 7th. For affordable housing, stay at 15% at 80% AMI or lower, but remove the density bonus percentages as long as the new construction follows the building envelope. Explore additional funding and partnership solutions to create more affordable housing. Enlist the Housing Community Development Department where when one person is displaced, and enlist HED in the pre-application phase when anybody is potentially displaced. I move to approve this revised Sunshine Mile ordinance as presented in the mayor and council and with this height limitation as mentioned in the Park Avenue sub area. Would also like this for staff to report back to the mayor and council in 18 months on projects that may have or are using the Sunshine Mile ordinance. It's my motion, Madam Mayor.
Second.
Thank you.
There's some
Thank you,
motion and a second. Any discussion?
Real quickly, earlier today we had a conversation, very extensive conversation about the RTA package. The Broadway widening was a part of the 2006 RTA package. When it finally came to us, I want to say in 2013, these traffic counts were 20 years out of date. They were lower than what was presented to the voters 10 years, 12 years earlier than when the design was actually begun. And we were presented as a community with a proposition of 150-foot wide 8-lane roadway that was going to pinch down to 2 lanes just west of Euclid to get into the downtown core, not justified by the traffic counts, and would have resulted in the elimination through demolition of over 150 historic businesses and homes on the north side of Broadway, largely on the north side of Broadway. So what we're doing tonight is the culmination of, and really making lemonade out of that lemon. We were able to skinny up Broadway somewhat to about 124 feet through the overlay conditions that you cannot take advantage of the overlay if you're demolishing historic properties. We've already seen some projects move forward. The bungalows, for one example, that Rio Nuevo paid to move back away from Broadway while they were doing the utility improvements, and then move back up to the street face, are now going to be turned into a wonderful little enclave of restaurants. We have Z-Moms who wants to do some expansions. We've got Rocco's who wants to stay, Lura's who wants to stay on the Sunshine Mile. So the overlay is already doing what we had hoped it would do. I referenced the RTA conversation. Corky's right. This expansion wasn't necessary. Those $76 million could have been used far better, and the preservation could have been accomplished through other means than having to fight this brain damage we've been going through for the last 7 years on this. But I want to thank the team from Rio, from Project for Public Spaces, from Lazarus Sylvan and Bangs, from Ward 5 for hanging in there, and mostly for the residents who have really engaged over the last 5, 6, 7 years and said this Broadway widening is just no bueno. We got to do better than this, and we've got to be better than this as a community. And they hung in there, and here we are tonight. And thank you, Richard and Carrie, for the work on this in the last couple of months. And I hope that this serves as a template for RTA projects going forward, or for City of Tucson projects going forward, depending on what happens with RTA next. So thank you for giving me a chance to share those thoughts. This has been a long battle, and hopefully when we see some more roadway projects, this process will serve, as I say, as a template for those conversations for other neighborhoods going forward.
Yeah, I want to 100% agree with your sentiments, Councilmember Kozachik and Councilmember Fimbres. You know, I want to make sure that we recognize everyone that you mentioned, Councilmember Kozachik. But I really do want to give recognition to both you and my colleague, Councilmember Fimbres, and the residents of this area, from Euclid all the way to Country Club and expanded north and south, because it really took a lot of meetings, a lot of thought put to how we, the City of Tucson, want to see us do appropriate infill development. And I want to give recognition to my colleagues, all of us sitting around this table, that decided to really go maybe a bit harder and push on the issues that we felt were very, very important in bringing down the size of the expansion of that road. Because it really takes all of us to create a thoughtful approach on how we create density in our city. And so I really hope that we can use the Sunshine Mile as a template, the overlay as a template for other corridor projects within the city of Tucson, so that we can create those walkable, pedestrian-friendly, mixed-use developments throughout areas and corridors, especially transit corridors of the city of Tucson, to see good infill development. And so congratulations to all involved and to my colleagues on the council that really worked hard and pushed hard to be thoughtful in how we design and plan for future development. So with that, if there are no other comments, then I believe we have to go to roll call.
Honorable Mayor.
Mike, go ahead.
Thank you. I just have two quick corrections to read into the record, and they're just corrections to the descriptions of the two sub areas, park and the Euclid sub areas. So the first correction is in section 4A 2A of Exhibit A to the and it's the last sentence of the first paragraph in that section. It currently reads that the park sub-area is intended to be a transition between the neighborhood and the Euclid sub-district and includes the Lost Barrio. The corrected language will read the park sub-area south of Broadway is intended to be a transition between the Miles and Barrio San Antonio neighborhoods and the Euclid sub-district and includes the Lost Barrio. So that's the first correction. The second is in just a subsequent provision in section 4A2B, the first sentence. As delivered to the mayor and council, it read, portions of the Euclid sub-area are located within the Barrio San Antonio and Miles neighborhoods south of Broadway Boulevard. That has to be corrected, and it will now read, the Euclid sub-area is located adjacent to the Barrio San Antonio and Miles neighborhoods south of Broadway Boulevard. That's all.
Alrighty, thank you so much, Mr. Rankin. So with that read into the record, Mr. Clerk, can you go to roll call, please?
Mr. Fimbres?
Aye.
McSulik?
Aye.
Mr. Cunningham?
Aye.
Mayor Romero?
Aye.
Mr. Kozaczek?
Aye.
Mrs. Lee?
Aye.
Nick Santa Cruz?
Aye.
Thank you all.
Ordinance 11872 passes by a vote of 7-0. Congratulations. Thank you all for your hard work.
Thank you all very much.
Carrie.
Thanks.
Item 9.
Annexation and development agreements with multiple properties for water service outside Tucson city limits requested prior to establishment of fees. Resolution numbers 23393, 23394, 23395, 23396, and 23397.
City Manager's communication number 288 dated September 14th is received into and made part of the record. Mr. Clerk, you are requested to read resolution 23393 by number and title only. Did you just do that?
No, Your Honor.
Oh, okay, go
Resolution number 23393 relating to pre-annexation and development agreements, authorizing and approving the execution of a pre-annexation and development agreement between the City of Tucson and Whiting Revocable Trust 1/2 Michael J. and Linda D. CPRS 1/2, owners of parcels 214-19-1070, 214-19-1090, 214-19-1100, and 214-19-1110.
Alrighty, what is the council's pleasure?
Could staff explain why we're even doing this? I mean, some of these aren't ever going to be annexed, and I guess I'm not sure why we're even doing this.
Your Honor, I'm really worried about voting for these or making a motion that gets voted down, because then if we vote all 5 of them down right now, can they even ever come back?
Alrighty, one question at a time.
Thanks.
Let's address the question by Councilmember Kozaczek first. Mr. Ortega.
Sure, Mayor and Councilmember Kozaczek. These are PADAs that were in the queue some time ago. We paused them based on policy conversations that were happening at the council. And now that those conversations were completed, we brought them back to you for consideration. I know that's not a great answer, but I mean, that's basically these folks had asked for the council to consider it, so we're bringing them forward.
But did the policy conversations resolve the issues that gave us reason to pause these? Because I don't think they did. I mean, the same questions are relevant today as they were when we asked for the pause, right?
Mayor, Councilman Kozaczek, I'm sorry, I didn't hear the first part of your question. I apologize. Would you mind
There
repeating
were
that?
reasons, there were concerns that we had that caused us to pause the conversation on these. And as I understand it, none of those reasons have been resolved with respect to these particular PADs. And some of them involve, does the parcel ever have a realistic shot of ever being annexed? Why would we jump 4 miles out to, north of Sabino Canyon Road to, so I guess I'm just wondering what has changed since we originally said, let's not move on these, and now we are.
Mayor and Council.
Somebody's talking to us. Who is this?
I was actually supposed to meet or speak to you during the call to audience, and I didn't understand that. I'm associated with this particular request. Is there any chance I could speak?
No, not at the moment. We're having mayor and council discussion. So hold on just a second. Can you identify yourself?
Michael Bailina.
Oh, Michael. We called you on the, I believe it was item 8, or call to the audience. So hold just 1 second, okay? We're having a mayor and council discussion as we make decisions on this item.
Okay, thank you.
That,
okay, thank you.
Hold that thought.
Mayor.
I do see some hands up, Councilmember Ulick, and then I do want to make sure that we have someone from Water answer both Councilmember Kozaczek and Councilmember Cunningham's question. So go ahead, Councilmember Ulick.
Thank you, Mayor. I had the very same questions when I reached out to Chris Avery to have an extensive conversation. And I've said this before at the table, to me, the annexation piece is really not the purpose of the policy, the water service policy. The fundamental purpose, in my view, has always been water stewardship, and whether or not we can avert groundwater pumping potentially by committing to water service. Given that these have been in the queue for a while, I was coming into the meeting after discussing this with Chris, inclined to support these with the clarity that we're still working on this PADA policy, including I would suggest insisting that if this kind of PADA is approved, that not only is an annexation or pre-annexation agreement, which to Councilmember Kozaczek's point may never come to fruition, but still should be signed, but also that the parcels be subject to the city's gray water and rainwater harvesting ordinances. I think we can do even more than the current policy does. Having said that, I think that the purpose of the map and the policy has always been to try and manage our water supplies sustainably.
Correct. Mr. Ortega, maybe Mr. Rankin, or someone in the city manager's office that could respond to the question posed by Councilmember Cunningham and Councilmember Kozachik.
Honorable Mayor, members of the council, I'll provide some information. Now, all of these, so you have 5 resolutions presented in connection with 5 different pre-annexation development agreements. I know a question had come up where someone had contended that approving these would be outside the approved water service policy. That is incorrect. All of these locations are in fact within areas identified as expansion areas, or in other words, areas where water service under the policy would be provided if the property owner agrees to annexation. And in these particular areas, that policy was reached by the Mayor and Council in large part in order to prevent the digging and installation of additional exempt wells in these areas, because in these areas, the ability to get water reasonably through digging another well was something that the Mayor and Council wanted to prevent. And so these locations are all in fact within those areas within our water service policy. They were held, as Mayor, you were exactly right in describing, while there was additional conversation about the PADA process over time, but they were brought forward at this time as a group because they do fall within that category.
What I understand as well is that these particular 5 PADAs were kind of stuck in limbo while we put together the new EDU fees and the administrative fees, and we had all that conversation. These particular PADAs were stuck in limbo and had started their process before we finalized our new EDU fees and administrative fees. So I also walked into the conversation for tonight thinking, okay, we're just going to move these ones forward with a new EDU fees. I believe they should also pay the $750 administrative fee and move them forward because they did start the process before we finalized ours. But since we have entered a tier 1 shortage in the Colorado for CAP, one of the tier 1 conversations that we have to have according to our own drought plan, drought contingency plan, is that we have to have a discussion about how we treat PADAs from now into the future. And so the conversation about PADAs has to happen, not just around this table, but also within CWAC and other groups in our community, so that we can make definitive decisions, just as Councilmember Cunningham has said and Councilmember Kozachik has said. Is it worth the Mayor and Council continuing with the PADA process, especially because we're concerned about drought into the future, and because the tier 1 drought contingency plan approved by the Mayor and Council says that we have to make decisions about this process. So that's what I know. Councilmember Cunningham, you have your hand up, as well as the Vice Mayor.
I got multiple questions, so let's start with the first one. From a procedural standpoint, if we do them all together, we vote no, do these ever get to come back? It's my first question. It's just a hypothetical. Mike Rankin.
I was just trying to get unmuted there. The answer is yes.
They can still come back.
They can come back. If there's a motion to approve and that motion fails, they can come back. If there's a motion to deny and that is adopted, then you have taken action to deny. So Just be.
That's my first question. Second question. Why aren't we doing these one at a time?
Mayor, I'll take that one. It was really an opportunity to, oh, we're getting feedback there. Mayor and Councilmember Cunningham, it was really an opportunity just to lump them together. Certainly they can be separated out. Just thought from an efficiency standpoint, putting all five together. Keep in mind that when we held these, when we were looking at the revisions to the PATA, these were either in the system already or came in since then. So that was really the only reason for lumping them together.
And I understand that people have been waiting. I'm very, very familiar with the Pearman one, and I'm actually inclined to vote for it. There are 3 wells in the well. They're called I think they're called catastrals in that quadrant. And I can, I did some research on that, and I understand the Pearman one. There are a few parcels off, and it's a family that's owned that parcel for quite some time. So I actually know about that. The Consul one, I've got some questions on the Consul one. I'm a little bit worried about. They're not really in a well field. It's not like we're saving ourselves a well. They're 2.5 miles away. I'm not sure about that one. And I'm not familiar with them, how they got grandfathered in. I've heard from the Pearmans for 1.5 years. I haven't heard about the Consul one much. And I don't remember it 1.5 years ago. There's also the Whiting one. That's the one that's 1/4 mile out of Marana. Why aren't they annexing Marana? And they should become part of a municipality in Marana and get water service through Marana. They shouldn't be annexing with us. They're never going to annex into Tucson. If anything, they're going to annex into Marana. And part of this whole thing is we want people to annex into incorporated areas when you consider things. So I'm really kind of concerned about that one. I'm not so sure about that one. Now, if all these people got grandfathered in, or getting grandfathered in because they were in the gray area, they had already submitted when we kind of started this discussion. Then my question is there anyone else at all that you're going to bring to us as a surprise ever until we decide what we're doing? That's my next question. And Chris or Tim or Mike, you can answer those.
So I'm going to start, and then I'm probably going to call on Chris here in a bit. Just a couple of things have come up. Mayor, you're right. That to characterize these as having been in limbo, and Councilmember Cunningham. In each of these instances, the application came in 2020, okay? In each of these instances, they're in an area where under the approved water service policy, they would be given service upon their agreement to be annexed with a pre-annexation development agreement. In each of these instances, Mayor, you raised the fee question. They would be paying the EDU fee if you approve the annexation, pre-annexation development agreement. And my understanding is that these were the 5 that were out there, that had been the applications that predated your discussions about the new fees, the admin fee, the EDU fees, et cetera. So they'd been on hold. I don't believe there anymore, but I'm going to ask Chris to jump in if he's able to be able to confirm that, or Tim.
Yeah, hello, members of the Mayor and Council. This is Chris Avery from the City Attorney's Office. My understanding is that these are the 5 PATAs that came in before the council started discussing changes to the policy. We have every intention of having an ongoing discussion with the Mayor and Council about any new PATAs that come in after today. That discussion is prompted by the Tier 1 declaration that takes effect on January 1st, as well as some of the recent discussions that we've had with members of the Mayor and Council about this item, especially concerning some items that Mayor and Council would like to see going forward with new PATAs. But these are all PATAs that came in to the city under the terms of the water service policy that applied at the time the application for these PADAs was made. We thought we could get them in pursuant to some discussion with the mayor and council in one item and take care of them and then start fresh with a clean slate and be able to deal with these issues moving forward.
All right, well, that answers all my questions, but the bottom line is that I'm not voting for all 5 of these at once. There's 3 of them that I'm not going to vote for, and I'm not going to be on the record voting for. There's 2 that I'm going to vote for. So
You're
if you want to
absolutely
we can
break
do
them
them
into
separate.
5, and you're absolutely free to break them into 5 separate considerations.
Alrighty, let me give an opportunity for the Vice Mayor. She's been waiting for some time. So Vice Mayor, can you feel free to jump in?
Okay, thank you, Mayor. And I'll be super brief because it's been a long day. As far as the Ward 4, these folks have been waiting for almost a year. I know they got caught in the middle of everything that's been going on. It's going to be a single family space. It's 0.3 miles from the city limits. I've been wanting to move this forward. So I would also appreciate the ability to separate these things out because it's not miles away from the city limits. And these are real people that just want to be able to get water so they can build a home, and they're just outside of the city limits. So if we can break them apart, I would like that opportunity to do that too. So we can at least move the Ward 4 folks forward if my colleagues agree.
Alrighty, good. Councilmember Ulick, I believe you have your hand up again.
Thank you. I'm working several devices here. I apologize. Yeah, I have no problem taking these as separate items. Chris, I would like to call out the dynamics on the parcel that's noted as, quote, Ward 3. In looking at the maps, which I think should always be included in materials for these items, by the way, can you talk a bit more about that? Because it's my understanding that there are, while it is far out of the city's limits and adjacent to Marana, it is on the map, the water service policy map, for reasons including the surrounding properties and adjacent properties. So could you speak to that, Chris?
Yes, so these PADAs are all located in areas that are designated as expansion areas under the water service policy, with the understanding that the city would provide limited expansion of its water service policy in these areas in return for annexation. I understand the concerns about Marana, and there are some circumstances that have changed with Marana. We recently engaged in a wheeling agreement with Marana that applies within the town limits that starts to work these issues out. But again, these PADAs all came in under the terms of the water service policy that applied at the time that the PADA applications were made. And approving the PADAs would be consistent with the water service policy. We are not proposing to change the water service policy as a consequence of these PADAs. We can do that change with a clean slate and move forward as we have some discussions. I do think my own opinion is that as we carry on those discussions, we need to more carefully define the boundaries between Tucson and Marana. There's been a lot of infrastructure that's taken place in the last 10 years in this area, and there's also been some annexations on the part of Marana.
I'm going to be inclined to support actually the 2 noted for Ward 3 to the point that it does fall within the existing policy. These were in the queue. I understand, and sometimes we do realize that a policy needs to evolve or be adjusted. But I also worry about taking 5 PADAs, all of which fall under the current water service policy, and picking and choosing, despite the fact that they all comport with the map and the service policy. Anytime we do that, I worry that we put the entire policy at risk for some challenges. I don't know if that's the case, but I also think in fairness that I would support moving all of these together as individual votes or collectively, but to be consistent and to move ahead with what we all want to do, which is to evolve the policy to to reinforce even more strongly the water stewardship intended.
Yeah, I agree. I don't want us to, especially if it's in the water service area, expansion area. I just want to make sure that we're consistent and that we start a new conversation about how we expand and deal with the drought in terms of the PATA process as we move into the future. So, Councilmember Cunningham, you have your hand up.
I'll vote for the Ward 3 one, for the Whiting one, but we need to allow them to annex into Marana as well. Seriously. I actually don't think we need, if we put them in a pre-annex with us, then they can't annex into Marana. That's a problem. I want them in town.
So Paul, this is Chris Avery. We understand that we've got that this is a PATA that would provide service to the city of Tucson. We could agree as part of a motion to waive that annexation requirement down the road if they were to be able to annex into the town of Marana, and agree not to enforce it, or we could, you know, I don't want to do too much extemporaneous thinking on this, but there's probably some ways that we could work things out with regard to that issue.
So
yeah.
it doesn't make any sense for us to provide water to a parcel that basically precludes them from ever annexing into a town. That's against my core values. So that's the issue. I mean, I get it. Yeah. I understand that they're on the wrong end of bad timing, but it really doesn't make sense for us to lock them into annexing into our city when they're really never going to annex into our city. Let's face it. But we can't. They're going to be able to say, "Hey, we're not annexing into Miranda either because the city won't let us." That's such a bad policy by us, right?
Sounds like we can adjust the motion. It sounds like we can adjust the motion to accommodate that potential in the future and make sure that that's considered if there is that opportunity. So if that's in the motion, it sounds like that's key.
I'm inclined to vote for all of them then and be a team player and all that, but let's still do them one at a time so we can add the amendment to that one. And there's a couple things. I think Ward 4 is super clean. They're like 2 parcels away. They might annex in someday. It totally makes sense. I think I talked to those folks and the vice mayor about that one. I think Sharon Pearman has been waiting for 1.5 years. I totally get that. And obviously the other one, I'm there for you, Ward 5. So I get it, but I think we should do them one at a time and get on the record one at a time and also be able to make the adjustments to each one because it needs to become a practice that that's how we're going to do this. So I understand that it's clean and I do put out there that I'll be supported, but I just want to make sure that we do it individually. I think that's really important because we've said from the beginning this was always going to be a case-by-case basis.
Mm-hmm. So I did see Mike Rankin's hands up. Mike, did you want to include something or clarify something?
I was just going to say that condition, that amendment that Councilmember Cunningham was proposing could be accomplished. You could approve the PADA with the additional direction that in the event that the property is in a position to annex into the town of Marana, that the commitment to annex to the city would be waived.
Okay. Councilmember Kasachik.
So it seems that we've got an inconsistency between our PATA policy and our water service area policy. When we, and I agree with others that there becomes a logical time when you look at your policy and it's due for a facelift. And then one of the reasons we paused these PATAs 1.5 years ago, whenever we did that, was because we recognized that we were just whole cloth offering pre-annexation development agreements to people who have gotten no prayer of ever coming into the city. And so the reason we were doing it is because they were within the water service area policy. And so we have got to get that resolved before we issue any more pre-annexation development agreements. And because again, others are right. These, we shouldn't be basing provision of water on an annexation question when there's no prayer it's ever going to happen. So I guess one question maybe for Chris is where are we in, or what are our options in terms of revising that the water service policy, area policy, and secondly, I've talked to Nikki about the one out there. It's right across the street almost, and so bless them, let them come in. But how does approving these help us? And if the answer, and I'm seriously asking the question, how does approving these individually help us from a standpoint of making sure that we're not going to get wildcat drilling, or that we're actually helping the regional aquifer? And if the answer is here's how it helps us, then let me know, because that's ultimately what the goal of all of us is in our policy.
I think I can answer both of those questions in ways that will give some clarity to the issue. The first is that the Mayor and Council have really implicitly already taken the steps to do this review, not necessarily of the water service policy, but of the PATA policy. And that's because in approving the recent amendments to the city's drought plan, the Mayor and Council approved revisiting the PATA policy upon the declaration of a Tier 1 shortage, which hadn't happened at the time that revision was proposed, and technically it hasn't happened yet, but a shortage will be declared in January, effective in January, and as staff, we have the task of engaging with the Mayor and Council on that policy prior to January 1st. So that's a conversation that staff is already working on having with Council and being able to put together a coherent policy with respect to these PATAs in light of that drought declaration and dealing with some of the issues that have come up. I think, Steve, I think you're right. It's been really 10 or 11 years now since we really addressed some of these issues in these areas, and it's worth a look. The second point is that with respect to the area where most of these PATAs are located, not all of them, is largely in the Sabino Canyon, Tanque Verde, Agua Caliente area. And one of the drivers for declaring this as an annexation area in the water service policy was because there was readily available shallow groundwater. And as a matter of Arizona law, prior to 2006 or so, anyone who wanted to could drill an exempt well, whether they were a customer of ours or not, in these shallow groundwater areas. But in 2006, we were able to successfully amend the Arizona law regarding exempt wells so that someone can get an exempt well in these shallow groundwater areas only if we decline service. So basically the thinking in 2011, and I think it's still largely good thinking today, is that if we denied water service in the Tanque Verde Valley, Agua Caliente Valley, Sabino Bear Canyon areas, we would just lead to a proliferation of exempt wells, because under operation of the Arizona statute, folks get an exempt well like they could have prior to 2006. Now, it's understood also that the annexation game, the annexation piece of this is a long piece. You'll recall, Councilmember Kozaczek, that the city built a fire station at the intersection of Catalina Highway and the Tanque Verde Road in expectation of annexation in this area that largely has not been fulfilled. And one of the reasons for that is that the city limits are the water service area where these new developments are occurring is kind of outside of the city limits. But from someone who's been doing annexation for 10 or 11 years now, it's my own opinion that some of these PATAs will allow the city to grow effectively in maybe 10 or 20 years in areas that will be served by that fire station and that will eventually need a city water service. But it will take a long time to accumulate enough PATAs in that area to accomplish these annexations. As the council has this discussion, they can decide to trim that, to perhaps decide not to provide water service in cases where annexation would be such a long process. I don't know what the ultimate outcome will be, but I do know, number one, that This policy does prevent people from drilling exempt wells, because if we turn PADAs down and we decline to provide water service in areas where there is shallow groundwater, the homeowners or the property owners will drill wells. That's a historic fact. You can look at well registrations in those valleys and see where the wells are. The second is we are going to have this conversation about PADAs. And based on, even before we came into this meeting this evening, we knew that that was a conversation we were going to need to have with Mayor and Council, and have a lot of iterations of that conversation. And that has only been reinforced by this meeting.
Okay, thank you. The most compelling part of all of that is curbing the drilling of wildcat wells, and I appreciate that.
So it's time to move forward. So I'd like to ask my colleagues what the pleasure of the council is. I would like to recommend that all of them pay not only the EDU fee, which they're scheduled to pay for, but I would recommend that they pay the $750 administrative fee that has been recently created. It's not exorbitant. It's very reasonable, especially with the time spent on these items. So, do you all want to move them forward as a group, or do you want to do them together separately?
Your Honor, I have a motion for 22,393. I have a motion for 23,95, 96, and 97. I have a couple questions about 94, and then I'll probably make the motion to move that too.
Okay, go ahead.
Your Honor, I move that we pass and adopt resolution 23,393 with the provision that the annexation requirement can be waived if they're annexed into Marana.
Second.
Keep going.
Well, I thought we were going to. I also moved resolutions 23,395, 23,396, and 23,397.
I'll second that one.
With the
We have
addition
four
of the
out of
fees.
5.
With the addition of all fees, including the $750 administrative fee and the $1,000 EU fees, yes.
Okay.
And that applied to the first motion as well, 93,
Yes.
right? Yeah.
Yes.
Call for the question.
Alrighty. And then your question, Councilmember Cunningham?
No, I said, on for 23,394. When did they file? Was that before or after, like, summer last year?
We get a fly slip. Look at museum.
We're taking a look at it, Mayor.
Councilmember Cunningham, which said they all filed in 2020, but I don't remember this one. So I'm just trying to figure out when they filed, because if they filed in like December, we'd already put the pause on for a little bit. If they filed in January, sure, that they're in the gray area. I get it.
Is this console that you're asking about?
Yeah.
Console application was November 4th, 2020.
I'll pass the other 4, but I'm not going to vote for the 5th one. You guys can vote for it. I'm not voting for it.
Okay. So the motion in front of us is to pass 23,393, 23,395, 23,396, 23,397, and we'll take the 23,394 separately.
Yes, Your Honor, with the provisions, they pay all the new fees, and that the 23,393 has a backdoor to Marana in their pre-annexation
With the noted changes. So, Mr. Clerk, can you clarify how we move forward with the vote?
Yes, Your Honor, just for the record, I do need to read those other ordinances by number and title only, and then we'll go to a roll call vote on those.
Okay.
So I've read 23,393, so resolution number 23,395 relating to pre-annexation and development agreements, authorizing and approving the execution of a pre-annexation and development agreement between the City of Tucson and Sharon Pearman, trustee, owner of parcel 114350440F. Resolution number 23396 relating to pre-annexation and development agreements, authorizing and approving the execution of a pre-annexation and development agreement between the City of Tucson and Sam Second LLC, owner of parcel 109040001B. Resolution number 23397 relating to pre-annexation and development agreements, authorizing and approving the execution of a pre-annexation and development agreement between the City of Tucson and Barry R. Soper, owner of parcel 205631030. Mr. Cunningham.
Aye.
Mrs. Lee.
Aye.
Mr. Kozaczek.
Aye.
Ms. Santa Cruz.
Aye.
Mayor Romero.
Aye.
Mr. Fimbres.
Aye.
McZulik.
Aye.
Ready, resolutions 23-395, 23-396, 23-397 passed by a vote of 7-0.
Madam Mayor?
Also 23-393, Your Honor.
23-393, I'm sorry. Okay. Passed by a vote of 7-0 and considered separately as 23-394. Correct?
Yes, Your Honor.
I would move that we pass and adopt 23-394 with the addition of the EDU and administrative fees.
Second.
There's a motion and a second. Roll call.
Wait, time out. Where is that?
The map
That
looks
part-
like it's in
that parcel's that parcel's just east of Vino Canyon Road, and it's just south of Snyder Road. It's close enough
Okay.
into the well field that I'm actually.
That's exactly the area we should be concerned about.
Exactly.
Yeah. Okay, so let's get a roll call.
McZulik.
Aye.
Mayor Romero.
Aye.
Mr. Fimbres.
Aye.
Mr. Cunningham.
Aye.
Ms. Santa Cruz.
Aye.
Mr. Kozaczek.
Aye.
Mrs. Lee.
Aye.
Motion passes 7-0, if I'm correct.
Yes, Your
Yes.
Honor.
Perfect. We move on to item 10.
Adjournment.
Council will stand adjourned. The next regularly scheduled meeting will be on Tuesday, September 28, after 5:30 p.m. Thank you all so much and have a wonderful rest of your week.